for small business. Well, see, it was for 100, but they lowered it to 25.
Definitely gets.
Well, see, Homeland Security is now on the advice.
I can't. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody could find a seat, we will get started in just a minute. I don't have an agenda.
Or is it 7:40? All right, Don.
Don's here.
Don's here. What time, Don? You on time? What time? That's aggressive. You and David are
Okay, we will call the May 16th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4:01, and we will start in just a minute with an invocation and then the pledge to the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And in a minute, I'll ask everyone to stand up, but I want to let you know that the invocation is open to all faith groups in Volusia County. If you're interested in taking part of that, please just send an email to K Green, the letter K Green at volusia.org. This is Carissa over here, and she will send you all the information to get you set up. You're welcome to participate. So today we have Pastor Tommy Clayton from Grace Life Church in Deltona. Tommy, if you will come forward and please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for delighting to hear our prayers. Thank you that you sit above in the heavens and you care about the decisions that will be made here. You care about the people that are represented in this county. Thank you for this county council. Thank you for the knowledge and the wisdom and the collected experience through years of service and learning and training the men and women have here. Thank you that they have pledged themselves to serve the greater good of this county. I pray that they would serve with wisdom and with justice and would be equitable, Lord, and impartial. Pray that they would remain above reproach, that they would be humble, they would be honest and open, and they would seek to serve the greater good, wouldn't get caught up in anything corrupt or with greed or any scandals. We're grateful for the system of government that you've given us here, Lord, that serves the greater good. And I pray that they would just seek wisdom from you and help. And I pray that the people they represent would just have confidence in their leadership ability, God. And thank you for each of them. Protect them and their families. If they're married, if they have children, watch over their spouse and their extended families, Lord, and keep them united, and keep them safe. And we pray all these things in the name of Christ. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Thank you very much. We have a full house, full dais. We will start our meeting with public participation, and we have quite a few people who wish to speak. So when I call your name, if you would come up, make sure the microphone is near your mouth, because we want to hear you, and we are recording this and streaming it live. You will have 3 minutes. Please stick to that amount of time. These meetings tend to go long and late. So the time will be on the monitor in front of you and on the screen above my head, and I will give you a warning as it gets close to the end. If you would just tell us what part of the county you're from, so that your representative knows, and we all know where you reside. You don't have to give your full address for safety reasons. Just tell us what part of the county you're from. We will start with a new person, John J. Nicholson.
I'm staying till the end.
Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. God will get you. Couple of things. One, I'm asking the council to charge yourselves with the task of getting a physical each and every year. We know what happened to Tim, and I talked to somebody on the council, and they said, well, I haven't had a physical in a while, and we never know what's going to happen. And there's very wealthy people in Hollywood who's surprised, they're in stage 4 cancer or whatever, and they die. Patrick Swayze, multi-million-dollars, could have afforded it. So I'm asking, because it puts a hole in our city when we lose. When we lost Tim, I happen to like him a lot, but I thought he was very effective. And whether I like you or not, you are on the county council and you are part of a whole. So I'm asking that each and every one of you get a physical each and every year, so that we don't end up with an empty space on the council. It's really that important. It really is. And most men don't like to get a physical. This way, if it's mandated, you got to do it, you do it. Secondly, I'd ask you to think holistically. I was at a meeting Monday night at the Ormond Library, and I brought up a topic on the redistricting in Daytona Beach. And the guy next to me said, oh, well, that's not a county issue. Well, everything is a county issue in the county. Water, schools, roads, all of it affects the entire county. There is no, like when I was fighting for the expansion or the widening of LPGA, my city's like, no, we don't need it. We're going to do it in 2040. That's plenty of time. We don't need to do it before that. But it does affect everybody. And Tom Kelly at the time said, oh yeah, I drive that to get to the county council meetings. So he had to go through that intersection time and time again. So there's no place basically in Daytona Beach that it does not affect our neighbors, South Daytona, Holly Hill, Ormond. So when you look at things, please look at it holistically, so that whatever is popping up, like water, you don't believe me, but there is going to be a water shortage. Orlando is growing, and they will suck our water dry like Atlanta is doing, Las Vegas. Throughout the country, large cities are doing it. We are a small potato compared to Orlando, and when they want our water, they will take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of The Land. Let me quickly comment on the release of the Durham report. The FBI and the United States Justice Department should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. Unless someone is held accountable, they will forever be seen as partisan and political entities. Now for my future remarks. The Florida legislature passed and Governor Ron DeSantis signed the law, SB 1718. What does SB 1718 do? Well, for one, it prohibits Florida counties and municipalities from providing funds to any person, entity, or organization to issue identification documents to an individual who does not provide proof of lawful presence in the United States, specifying that certain driver's licenses and permits issued by other states exclusively to illegal immigrants are not valid in the state, require certain hospitals to collect patient immigration status, data information on admission or registration forms, requiring public agencies and private employers with 25 employees or more to use the E-Verify system to verify a new employee's employment eligibility, make it a felony to transport illegal immigrants into the state of Florida. The Florida legislature and Governor Ron DeSantis have now made modern-day slavery in Florida prohibitively unattractive. If you sit down and listen to a certain radical party, you will hear them complain about not having illegal immigrants around to do the work citizens and legal residents should do. They want open borders so that they can import nearly free labor, just like slave masters. That current radical party, which I will not foul my soul by uttering its misleading name, historically supported the Confederate South and the KKK. I do not lie, look it up. However, the Republican Party is the party of President Abraham Lincoln, of Frederick Douglass, and is the current home of the modern abolitionist movement here in America. I thank God that the Florida legislature and Governor Ron DeSantis were leading the way of freedom here in America. And on that note, I am going to support Ron DeSantis for president if he decides to run, because we need someone like him, not just here in Florida, but across the United States. But if he runs, if he doesn't, we go from there. But God bless Volusia County, and God bless this council, and God bless America.
Thank you. Alec Redner.
How y'all doing? We must abolish the United Nations. The dangers of the UN World Health Organization are by far, way dangerous. The National Defense Authorization Act 2023 will allow Biden and Defense Secretary Austin to give over U.S. sovereignty to the United Nations World Health Organization. This will allow the United Nations Blue Helmets to build FEMA and DoD death camps where white American citizens will be exterminated to obtain Mother Gaia's net zero carbon goals. Under Rex 84, the UN World Health Organization will have complete control over U.S. hospitals. The next manufactured global pandemic will be under UN World Health Organization's One Health policy. Weather weapons are being used by NASA and the U.S. Air Force to collapse the Republic and blame it on climate change and carbon output. Climate lockdowns in the name of environmental justice. We now live in a NORAD, North American Union, third world banana republic with no borders, where soon the UN World Health Organization Blue Helmets will require all North American citizens to have a Health One digital ID card under this proposed Restrict ID Act. What bioweapon will the Extinction Rebellion Underground, Bill Gates, CIA, and the Pentagon release next? The Chinese Communist Party-run Southern Poverty Law Center and the Trotskyite Mossad-run ADL work with U.S. law enforcement agencies and U.S. intelligence agencies to illegally spy and surveil conservative American citizens who are anti-communist and constitutionalists. Obama's Civilian National Security Force that runs our current government hates the ideals of the U.S. Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. I also believe public officials who hold an oath of office should be legally required to reveal their Masonic membership to avoid conflicts of interest. They do this in England. Are the Freemasons loyal to the U.S. Constitution or the Illuminati bloodline New World Order, Bilderberg Group, or black nobility? I believe if the Inspector Generals, like Inspector General Horowitz of the Justice Department, don't investigate the treasonous communists running the U.S. government, then I say impeach every last one of the Inspector Generals of the commie traders that are currently running the government. If Speaker McCarthy doesn't impeach all the leaders of the U.S. government that have genocided this whole country, then I say we should default on the U.S. debt. And I say impeach the coke-sniffing Manchurian candidate McCarthy. That's it.
I'd like to welcome Deltona City Commissioner Dana McCool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and distinguished council. Thank you all. What I want to talk to you about today is our educational concurrency, or I want to call it educational faux currency. If you look at our interlocal agreement, if you look at our state statutes, when it talks about this as it regards development and how we handle our concurrency, we don't have a true data set for our educational concurrency. One of the most glaring factors missing here, and I want you to all take this in. If you're an educator or a parent, take this in. We are not factoring in the critical teacher shortage that we're experiencing, not only in Florida, but in Volusia County. When we're doing numbers and we're putting these numbers here, and the Board of Education, or should I say the school district, is signing off on educational concurrency, what they're missing is the factor of how many teachers are missing. The interlocal agreement concurrency talks about buildings. Yes, we can build you a shiny new school, but what is happening to our kids is we're putting them in buildings because we have to, but we're not providing them the instructors to go with that. And the concurrency doesn't talk about human infrastructure. It's missing that. So if you look at a school, if a school is already at 115% capacity, okay, and the red line, it's signed off on because it meets. But if you factor in the teacher shortage at that facility, we're well over capacity at these schools. And I would like to task the council, the chair, our legal team, our county manager. We're at a critical time here in education. These are the children that are going to be tasked with running your government and your Social Security and everything else that we're going to retire into. And we need to talk about, and we need to be serious about what type of education that we are giving these children. We all know educators. We have them in our families. We hear about this. We have ESE students that are not getting proper instruction. And this is happening across every city in Volusia County. And we need to address that. I've been ringing the bell for a year now, and I am begging you, as a mother, as a grandmother, as the mother of an educator, as a commissioner, as a resident, that we need to all be serious about this, because you know why? We keep signing off on development without good concurrency. So I want us to think about that. Same holds true. I want you to revisit as councilmen for the county. I would like for you to revisit also how traffic is calculated. We're talking about moving forward with our community and building in the best way possible. And I just want you to ask yourselves and your wives and your kids and your educators if we're doing it the best way possible. That's all I have. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ken Meister, Wilbur by the Sea.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ken Meister. I live in Wilbur by the Sea. Just want to bring to your attention a situation that we have right now. We've been trying to work with the staff for several months. They've been very receptive. They've been very accommodating, but at the same time, we're still at an impasse on trying to fix the situation. I live right on the beach by Seagull, and during the storm 5-6 months ago, we lost, and the county lost, its 40-foot right-of-way walkover in all the property in the beach. That was part of that property. And while we were working through permitting for us to build armoring for our properties to then rebuild, began talking to the county about what to do during that 40-foot right-of-way. And we were asked if we wanted to build the seawall across the right-of-way at our expense, and we agreed to do that. As we start working through all the paperwork, the county has also asked us to pay for all of the beach restoration that goes behind that wall, which is probably another $50,000 or so. And so, as homeowners, and especially me and my neighbor to the south, we continue to agree that we will pay for the actual seawall, which is, I think as most of you know, $2,000 a foot, so it could be upwards of $80,000. But we just can't seem to agree with the staff that we should have to also pay for all the beach restoration and all the backfill. So we're starting the project now. I'm not sure what the ask is besides letting everyone know what the situation is, but if we don't get this resolved, we're going to end up having a return at my property line, which is on Seagull, a 40-foot gap, and then a return on my neighbor to the south seawall. And the county's going to have a 40-foot unprotected gap. So when all that water rushes in from the next storm, it's going to wash right through to Seagull and right to A1A. So we're trying to fix it. I just thought at this point we're getting down to the final days and weeks before my wall is constructed. We still have time, but we need, whatever the process is, some money targeted towards beach restoration, so we can pay for part of it as residents, and the county can pay for the beach backfill portion, and then hopefully the residents can enjoy the beach in the next couple months once all of this gets restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. John Keister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Councilman. I'm from Volusia, all over Volusia County. Today, my issue here today is going to be parliamentary procedure, and that's my issue. I'm a big fan of parliamentary procedure. About a month ago, the mayor, we had a little riot in Chicago, one of many we've been having over the last few years. We're having a riot problem in America. I think we all know it. And the mayor of Chicago, man, I think he's 47, well, much better dressed than me and all. He actually stood up and basically excused rioting. This is the mayor of one of the biggest cities in America. He excused rioting and justified it. And he said these kids that are under 18, not even 18 years old yet, that they lack opportunity. And I was raised on, this is the land of opportunity. And we've got to disconnect. You know, I've been online for years. I do some online stuff. You hear every kind of crazy person online, and they've been there for years. But we're starting to hear this kind of craziness from people in high positions and positions in power in our nation. This guy was I believe he was a city councilman, and he's, like I say, he's now the mayor. And he couldn't stand up and say, don't riot. Keep your kids home. Teach your kids not to riot. Teach your kids not to beat people up. You don't have an excuse for your kids to beat people up because of their race or any other reason. We have no law and order. People don't respect life, and that comes from the beginning. We want to kill babies. We sell their body parts. Google, University of Pittsburgh, body parts. Children for sale. 40-week-old babies are being parted out alive. They have to cut their kidneys out while they're still alive because that way they're fresh. And those kidneys are being sold. This is going on in America, and a lot of other things are going on in America. I don't know who our news people are, but there's a disconnect between what's going on and what these people are reporting. And parliamentary procedure is the answer to riot. It's the opposite of it. Parliamentary procedure is civilization. It's how a civilized society works. These seats are all empty behind me should be filled with college students. Where are you college students out? You're worried about silencing speech. You need to be hearing the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Keith Chester?
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for the nighttime meetings. And Councilmember Kent, I wish I could have been there yesterday. I hope all of you will be having town halls so the citizens can participate in those. I think it's a good way to have dialogue with your citizens. Real quick, I grew up in DeLand, very poor kid. Had to ride bicycle to school, bicycle from way out on Ridgewood Avenue to downtown, go to junior high school. But what DeLand gave me and Volusia County gave me over the years was opportunity. And one of the biggest opportunities they gave me was keeping taxes low. So I was able to buy my first home, and the taxes were reasonable, and I was able to thrive here. And that's because taxes were reasonable. Taxes are no longer reasonable for young people starting out here. I've been doing a bit of research. There's a lot of people coming to y'all, sending you emails and badgering you to give more and more of our tax dollars for various causes, nonprofits. Well, those tax dollars are coming from our young people who are just trying to start out. If you start doing research, you'll find there's a lot of those people who are asking you for tax dollars that hardly pay any tax. In fact, I've discovered there's a few that pay no property tax. But most of us, including myself, guilty as charged, I only pay about $1,300 a year, where a young person starting out is paying $5,000, maybe more. So we're really harming our young people, and we need to start thinking about them and quit being selfish towards them. We have to think about, as was said earlier, the next generation. Let's not price them out of living here. Let's not live on their backs. We need to do better. As the various groups come to you from the cultural groups, or even we need to start looking at the children and families grants. And we need to start doing research. I've given all of y'all a list that I would ask you to start asking questions. Don't vote from the hip. Don't make decisions from the hip from what you see when somebody just comes up here or what's on that agenda. Vote based on facts and knowledge. You need to ask members of staff to answer these questions for you to find out what the county has already done or is doing in those particular areas of interest. And in many cases, there's duplicated services from the federal, from the school system, from all the various avenues. The best thing you could do is have resources to help people get those federal and state funds and not give away our local tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Jay McGrave? Could you come and speak into the microphone?
I'm Jay McGrain, Edgewater, Florida. I came here a few weeks ago, and not to my surprise, I brought you a folder with all kinds of information, and you guys promptly lied to me. One of our guys will get back to you. Yeah, like this. Now I want it back. They tell me I can't even have it back. I took time, labor, expense to make that. You don't have the testicle fortitude to even look at it. But it was about an altercation on the beach with your fine beach rangers. They assaulted my girlfriend in a wheelchair. Another officer pulled her out of her goddamn wheelchair. And this video would show it to you, but you don't want to listen to it. Anyhow, while all this has happened, one of their is handcuffed me. So I'm here. She's pushing me along over here. I got a bad hip, a bad knee. So she complained because I was walking funny. So she was threatened by the way I walk. okay? So she calls for backup, and that son of a bitch came out of that.
Chairman, point of order. This is the second time this gentleman's come before us and used inappropriate language. We have rules that govern this body and govern this, these chambers. And I'm just asking, Chairman, that you address this when it happens immediately so that we keep the decorum professional and appropriate at all times. There are children listening online. There may be children or women in here, and it's not appropriate.
I'm the chairman, and I just muted your mic so that I could ask you, can you continue without?
Near and dear gets pushed down by police. How do you feel? Tell me, how do you feel? This is a question, not to you, because you would be delighted, wouldn't you? And I think there's something in there that says, when you tell me you're going to do something, you're supposed to do it, aren't you? But you don't. You take the things that you want to look at, and you take them and look at it because you're probably getting money for it. But the ones that affect the poor working people, like the last 2 or 3 that came up, you guys don't give a crap about it. The crap. Anyhow.
Okay.
Chairman, again, point of order, because he went there a second time, and it's just wildly inappropriate.
Wildly. But back to my point. Shouldn't one of you guys at least take the time to address my concerns about those idiot beach rangers who, go ahead, you wanted to say something, go ahead. I'll give you
No,
more time.
I'm just waiting for you to be done.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I told
Michelle-
you crap about you.
Michelle Utter.
Good afternoon. I came back to say hello to all of you. I missed a week, so I know you missed me. I came back because you do let us know that you're going to get back with us by email, which I've heard. I'll get back to you on every single one of you, and not one of you have replied back to me. I did have one of you say that you called me. Oh, you can look like you're shocked, but I get an email saying that someone will call me back. Nobody calls me back. No one works on the situation that I have brought to hand. One of you even said, well, we'll have to consult an attorney. Well, if you did that, then somebody would have already gotten back to me. But just to let you know, I'm here. Vaccine injuries do happen. They do exist. We are not going to be censored anymore. We will not be intimidated either. Our hospitals, during our hospital protocols, look at all the injuries, deaths. Also, people that have vaccine injuries. This week marks 24 months that I go into an infusion center to be infused with IVIG because I have chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy, and my immune system attacks itself. There is no cure for it. I am worried about future generations that are coming up, that these shots are mandated or what have you, that can hurt our future generations. I'm worried about grandkids, great-grandkids. I'm 7 generations of Volusia County. I work at a hospital where I can't even get my records unless I have my attorney get them because they want to hide that vaccine injuries exist. Hospitals get money from big pharma. They're paid out. They were given money. How many other people have been paid out for this senseless crimes against humanity that we have to live for? This is a plandemic, not a pandemic. We need to be listened to, and we need help. I'm surprised there's not more people sitting here, but is it because that you don't listen to us and you don't come back to us? I asked to be put on the agenda because I care about future generations and also how the hospitals have treated hospital employees. This cannot continue to go on. These vaccines are not safe and effective, and I do expect somebody to get back to me because I'll be back over and over again, and we will be having rallies, and you will hear me. and you will hear many others, because we exist. And you can look at me like that, but if you want to help me, that's fine. But all of you, you should be worried about future generations.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome. And I hope to hear from one of you.
Thank you.
Name one more time, the name of the.
Michelle Utter, UTTER.
Thank you.
And we've got a phone number and an email address on this form here. Okay, that takes us, that concludes the public comment for the beginning of the meeting. Takes us to item 1, the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they'd like to pull for discussion or for a vote?
Chairman, I do. Item Q for a vote.
Okay.
And hearing no others, Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda item absent item Q.
Motion to approve by Kent, second by David Santiago, to approve the entire consent agenda absent item Q, which we will take up separately. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that takes us to item number Q, letter Q. Contract with White Hat Construction for the Fire Station 15 new training facility.
Chairman, may I?
Please.
I appreciate it. I don't need to hear from staff. I talked about this a month ago when this came up. It's the same thing right before us again. Chief, I'm for you all getting something like this. It's just too rich for my blood. I'm not going to repeat what I said a month ago, so I think I can help speed this along unless someone else needs to hear from staff again about it. I reached out to Mr. Rechtenwald in email, and we went back and forth about it. So I got everything I need. I'm just not going to support it because it's too rich for my blood for what's happening there. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve or disapprove item Q?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Second.
Was that a motion to approve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Question?
And questions for staff?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What fund, remind me what fund this is coming from?
This is coming from the Fire Services Fund.
And how are funds accumulated in that fund?
I'll leave that to.
Yeah, the fire fund is a separate taxing district, and it consists of the unincorporated county and a couple of cities that are chosen to be in the fund. Example, Pearson and Oak Hill.
Separate millage item, line item.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We have Jim Judge has been working with the college. My understanding, while it's not official, they're looking at providing $10,000 towards this project's construction.
How many people does this facility serve?
Joe can speak to it a little bit better.
Here's one of the issues is that you hear $250,000 for a bathroom. Everybody's pictures, I'm not saying Mr. Kent does, but the public pictures their bathroom for $250,000. Can you enlighten us?
Sure.
How much?
Annually out there, there's anywhere from 1,000 to 200 or 1,000 to 2,000 people a month out there. So we're close to 20,000 students, instructors that are out there. And it's also our county, other municipals. You know, we do quarterly training out there where all fire departments are involved. We also host a hazmat event out there every January that statewide fire stations, you know, fire departments come to. So the numbers have increased year by year.
How are they currently served?
Right now, there's 6 portalets. That we're paying approximately $1,000 a month to have out there. Porta Johns. That's what's outside on the outside property.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. For Chief again, probably, do we get revenue from, not when you have all the cities coming in, but our local Volusia County cities, do they pay to train there?
If the municipalities come and use our training facility, there is a small fee that they pay. They also have to have like our instructor there because it's our building. If there's a class hosted there, any participant in the class will pay.
Right. So a little bit of money coming back.
A little bit of money coming back.
And do the municipalities reciprocate with the county if the county has some training that the municipality, do we have any municipalities that have special training that you don't do out there, but you can do it
City
there?
of Deltona does a lot of training over in Seminole County. We're invited to go to. So there are other agencies that when they have training events going on, they invite us to be part of also.
Got it, thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, one more. You talked about other agencies, I assume fire agencies that are coming. Don't you serve other agencies as well outside of the fire industry?
Besides that, we also have Embry-Riddle comes out there, ROTC's out there. There's a lot of other agencies that come out and use the facilities as well. Weekends.
Tomoka State Prison, those officers.
Prison,
Volusia County Division of Corrections. Beach Protection.
Right.
So there are several agencies other than fire that utilize that as well. And I know that we talk about reimbursement. Even though that's a county issue, we still pay into that for that training. So that is taken out of or I say our, forgive me. Sorry, I'm going back to my corrections days. That's taken out of that to pay for that. And Tomoka, what I would assume, would do the same. Correct?
Well,
do they pay for the services or the utilization of that?
Currently, not that I'm aware.
No, I'm talking about Tomoka, the prison, the state prison. If they send officers out there for training, for fire training.
Oh, if they send them out for fire training.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know if any.
In the past, they have.
They have as well, right?
I think anything recently.
I'm usually asking a question, though. I'm doing it for the purpose of just clarifying some things, but that is an answer already I didn't know.
Yeah, I was
So,
just looking to Mr. Rector, because I know in the
yeah.
past.
Yeah, there's certain things we do in-house.
In-house is a transfer of funds and whatnot as well.
Right,
So.
but they're outside, so.
Okay.
And again, unless there's a reciprocal, like if there's something that we're doing
That
over
they can
there.
do for us,
Yeah.
exactly. Which is still a payment of service
Exactly.
in itself. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Is this just the bathroom stalls? Is there showers or decontamination?
They have a decontamination showers on the exterior, 4 of them.
Okay. And, you know, something that I didn't hear that, and I agree with Mr. Kent and everybody else, at face value, this does seem like a lot, and taxpayers do ask about this, but we also have to remember that cost of goods and services is up 20 and sometimes 40+%. So to no fault of our own, and to these companies, they're also making that adjust too, which obviously is going to be more. But these are all valid concerns, stuff we get questioned on. But are we looking at a more uniform fee schedule across the board? Do we know of? Is that something that we can look at where there's like a user or an outside agency?
All the fees are being looked at as we're part of our goals, part of also budget. So not every single division is on track yet, but they all will eventually be updating everything for every budget.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Before I open it up for debate with Councilman Santiago, do you have questions or debate? You have questions for staff? Okay, go ahead, please, Don Dempsey.
If we were to, let's just say we voted against this, would we be able to send this back out for another RFP?
We certainly could do that. You're talking about in its
Like a
current
bidding.
layout, current format,
Yeah, I mean,
or were you thinking about changing?
When they send
the
these
scope?
bids out, when we do a request for bids,
Mhm.
these 6 bidders did not know what the other company was bidding.
Correct.
Okay, so now they all know what the opposition bids were because it's not public record now, right?
Right.
So if we just told them we rejected it because it was too much, do you think there's a chance we might get another round of bids knowing we kicked out 255? So maybe they'll come in much less, knowing what our price point is not.
I don't think in the past, when we've had situations where the item has come in very expensive and we bid it a second time, they usually don't decrease dramatically. You know, a lot of them would use in this case, the 255 as the target number and go a little bit below that. And, you know, as was mentioned earlier, I mean, inflation being what it is, I doubt they would decrease. In this county, we're blessed with a lot of construction going on that keeps a lot of the trades and a lot of the subcontractors busy and keeps their numbers high. So when the materials are what they are, we would not expect if we went out and bid it to actually see the price go down much, if at all.
Well, plywood's coming, a lot of building materials come down since last year, though. Right?
Correct, but I mean, since the bidding of this project.
Right. Thanks.
Question?
Do you have a question? Troy Kent.
Just to refresh my memory, how many restrooms are we looking at? Is it
It's,
8?
Total of 8 stalls.
8 stalls?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We did go ahead, and one of the things you'd asked us to take a look at last time is what would it take, or what would the cost be if we shrunk, and particularly we just cut it in half. So if we go from 8 stalls down to 4, you reduce the footprint of the building, but not in half. I mean, you have common space that you got to keep. It'd go from basically a 900 square foot building down to a 650 square foot building. And the price would decrease from $255 down to about $185. The drawback would be that you'd have to go redesign the building, so we'd have to pay the architect approximately $17,000 to $20,000 to redo that portion of it, so that would need to be factored in as well. So.
Okay, I'll open this up for discussion. David Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think it's important to highlight that, you know, at first glance, when you see this, as Councilmember Kent pointed out clearly, I mean, you see a restroom being built and $250,000 was said in one of the previous meetings. I would react the same way. But I think one thing that's been left from the conversation today is because of the standard that we're held to on the construction type of this facility. Correct me, well, I won't ask any questions, but my understanding is because we're a government entity and how it's utilized, the enhancement of the building must be done to a completely different standard than we would think the average, you know, put up 4 walls and, you know, 4 or 6 stalls of toilets. So that it's a state requirement for us to spend the additional money to make it up to the required standard. Given the fact that we've had several thousand people using 6 portalets out there, and it doesn't seem like it's up to the proper procedures even for the decontamination part of their jobs. I think as much as I don't like to spend that for that, it's something prudent that we have to do to provide proper services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other council members? Okay, then we have a motion on the floor to... Sure, Don, go ahead.
Just going to ask Councilman Reinhardt, I mean, out at the jail, you've got a lot of experience out there.
Mhm.
I'm sure those bathrooms are built to these specs. I mean, do you have issues with those toilets? Do they get clogged up or damaged, or are they as bulletproof?
We did in the beginning when we first designed the building, but I won't go into that. The shower area that we currently have, or did when I was there, is a lot smaller. And we went through some of the same issues as far as decom, you know, with bloodborne pathogens and whatnot that was on your uniform or your body. So there was only one shower I think one shower in the male's locker room, and that proved to be extremely difficult. And I think there was only two or three of the bathrooms. Acting Director Smith is in the room, is he not? Could I call him up? He could probably give you a little more insight as far as what that facility, I don't know what the female side looks like, but I would assume that it's about the same. So it is very difficult when you have a situation and you have officers that want to shower off in that locker room and you only had the one shower or the one toilet. How many are in that men's locker room?
There's one at the branch jail.
Just one, right? One shower?
One at the facility.
And one shower at the facility. So we wish we would have had it bigger, so probably, you know, to accommodate a lot more staff.
Is there a lot more durability in these types of bathrooms that you're...
There is much different. Yeah, I'm sorry I got away from your question, but yes, the durability of that structure, I don't know what we pay for, but that was built back in 1985. So we've come a long way since then as well. So I'm not sure what the cost was then.
You think the cost warrants the extra durability?
I do.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I look at this, I see, you know, almost $43,000 per stall. But then I look at the number of people that it's serving and the the purpose that it's serving is, it's not just restroom facilities, but yeah, durability, but emergency facilities for our first responders have something that affects their health and life. They need to get it off. And so I'm going to be in favor of this. It's a lot of money. And Mr. Kent, I really appreciate you bringing this up and twice now and making us discuss it so that the public understands what's happening. And for no other reason that I think there might be opposite votes, I'd like to ask Carissa to call the roll, please. And the motion is to approve the bathroom.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No, too rich for my blood.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, so the item Q passes 6-0. Thank you for your time. 6-1. What did I say? Oh. Council, we have one member of the public who would like to speak on something we just voted on. This just came up, so I will ask for your permission to have Mr. Chester speak on item G on the consent agenda. Anybody opposed? Can you keep it under 3 minutes? Thank you.
Keith Chester, DeLand, Florida. I want to bring your attention to item G, H, I, and J. I'm not opposed to them. I just want y'all to pay close attention to them because this is what I'm talking about. People come before you all the time wanting more, and more, and saying it's for the children or it's for this group or for that group. The county does a lot. We should be very proud of that, but we should also recognize that as people are coming up trying to get more money from the taxpayers. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And that's part of the duplication that I'm speaking of.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. That brings us to item 3, recommended changes to the ECHO Guidebook. Dr. Brad Burball.
As required by the resolution establishing the ECHO Advisory Committee, there's a plan of work for 2023 from the ECHO Committee that they're proposing with a special request to fund a strategic plan. I believe you all received an email from Mr. Alt. I think he conveyed the committee's sentiments on what they're trying to accomplish with the strategic plan and their annual report from 2022.
Any questions for staff? David Santiago.
Can you remind me the request, the funding request that was associated with that and the amount that we're projecting?
So the amount is so we arrived at 75,000 to 125,000 is the estimate based on our consultation with other counties, some stakeholders, and with Mr. Alt's contacts who is connected with this industry.
Danny Robbins.
I'll hold off, Chair. I just realized it's for item 3.
Okay, and so would this go out for bid?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and let's open it up for discussion. If there's a motion, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with the funding request. I think in the big picture, I think the committee's done a great job. I don't have any concerns with the work the committee's done. I think switching to getting some outside consultations sells them short. I think they're fully capable, in my opinion, to do that visionary work and maybe work within staff resources to come up with these goals. I know it sounds good, but I think in keeping with the theme that this council has been looking to be continuously frugal with the dollars, and I realize that this is a separate fund that comes through ECHO's dollars that they would utilize this for, but I would encourage them to continue the good work that they've been doing. They can, I think they can do it internally with our staff. So that's where my concern is, and I wouldn't support the allocating of funds for an outside consultant.
Jake Johansson.
So this, I imagine you guys got the same batch of emails I did, but and folks on the ECHO committee support this. I'm torn right now because I don't like spending the money either, David. But I also see merit in having an outside agency occasionally come inside the lifelines of, in this case, the ECHO committee, to help them strategize and come up with some ideas that they may not be thinking. Quite often I see a bunch of people get in and they get to this group think, and somebody external comes. We just had one, Mr. Marlowe, to come from the outside to kind of shed some new light or enable us to think of some things that they don't normally think about. I like 75. I don't like 125. It is ECHO money, but that doesn't matter to me either. It's all taxpayer dollar as far as I'm concerned, and if we're paying for it, we're not using it for ECHO stuff. But or are we? If we have a path ahead and we have some guidance on our strategy and our guidelines and our criteria, maybe we're better off for it. So I'm okay with the lower end, but what I don't want, and I think Brad already knows this, is I hate studies that we do and then we put them up on the shelf and keep doing business as usual. So if we're going to have this deep dive into the criteria, procedures, and guidelines and things of that nature, which, by the way, are going to come to us for approval, that we might consider letting this go in this particular case, and maybe limit it to the low end of that, and see if at the low end we can leverage the committee to work harder, but have that outside help as well. Keep in mind that all that work that we want them to do has to be done inside sunshine. So it's not like they can get together and go in the back room and nug this out on a Friday and Saturday without having a meeting that's announced and everybody's got to be together, and that kind of, you've heard me, that mucks things up. We need dynamic, responsive people, and we put them in a program where they have to be inside sunshine. So I'm leaning towards supporting this on the lower end.
Yeah, we still don't have a motion. I hope that we will get one next, but I'm going to support this, and I just want to share why I think I really appreciate your comments, Mr. Santiago, because the last thing I want to do is undermine this committee. They have worked really hard. I look at the changes they made at the guidebook. I think they're thoughtful. I think they're really strong recommendations that will improve the program. And that's one of the things that I gave the public my word on, was that, because there was, ECHO was approved by, I think, 72% of the people. But it didn't start off that way. There was people who were dead set against another tax. And as I assured the public that I will do everything I can to make sure that their tax dollars are not wasted, that they're spent thoughtfully, they believe that. And the county from the first meeting that I had with the county, they were already implementing procedures like for the online presence to show where all of the spending went, track the project so people could see how the money was spent. I think this committee, I couldn't be happier with the way that they are approaching their work, with the recommendations they have made. And their chair, I don't know if everybody got it. I got a letter from the chair that said they are requesting this outside help. It's not undermining them. It's helping them because they understand. Part of it's sunshine that Jake mentioned. They also understand that and I think this is a very loose translation of what Mr. Alt wrote, that the best way to waste taxpayer money is to not have a plan going forward. And yes, could they plan? They're planning with local taxpayer money on local projects. I think it makes sense to bring in an outside consulting company who doesn't have an axe to grind on where the money is spent, but to come up, help this committee to come up, and then eventually comes to us for approval to decide how to spend the money over an 18-year period here. We're talking about $100 million. We have to have a good plan for it. I think this is a good way to do it. I think the committee deserves to have our vote of approval since they're asking for it. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick question, Brad. What, if you know, and you may not know it, what gives us a difference between the 75 to the 125? I mean, that's something that was quoted from that outside source?
It was
could
just a
be
range that we heard. when we
Ballpark
were
range, so
talking
it could be anywhere in between that. Okay. And thank you. I was just curious if we knew. Outside sources are good. We did it with our audit. We have an internal audit. We have an outside audit as well to look at our practices. When you're building a structure, we have plans. They're good. Sometimes if you have internal people do it, you know, you have the blinders on, so to speak, so they're able to look at it from the outside. We do studies and plans for projects all the time. So I'm okay with it, and I'm probably going to go with the same. I do like the lower number. However, I don't want to undermine what our committee's already done as well. That's all I had. I went way under. So I love this timer, by the way. Yeah, I'm yielding my time.
I'm not taking more time. I want to ask the council something. We still don't have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt and a second by Danny Robbins. Did anybody else have questions for staff? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Mr. Kent.
Yeah, and it's really to Mr. Rechtenwald. So, a quick comment. You know, the 75 to 125. It sounds close, but really, it's not. If you're, you know, hiring somebody at your house to do a job at your house, you say, "What's this going to cost?" You know, and it's coming out of your own checkbook. Kind of need something a little tighter than that. So, Mr. Rechtenwald, do we not have anybody on staff capable of leading this? The reason I ask is, I'm not trying to, you know, pump him up too much, but, you know, Dr. Burball's out here in the audience, and I've had an opportunity to work with him on a few items, and incredibly talented is what the description I have for him if I'm going to use an adjective. And I'm just wondering, you know, do we not have someone, or do we want to get away from staff? Is that what we're doing? We want an outside agency. We want someone who owns a consulting firm to come in and talk to our group and tell us in Volusia how to do this. I don't know that anybody outside of Volusia knows how to do it any better than us in Volusia. That's my question.
Well, let me say, I mean, Dr. Burball is extremely capable of doing that type of work and does it, you know, in many ways on a regular basis. There may be a workload issue because he does cover quite a few things. But the other thing I would say is, I think there was a desire to have a third party just outside to take a look at it. But if it's the will of the council, I mean, we have been putting together strategic plans and plans on how to do things for a long time, and he could do that. But I feel that this was coming from the committee.
Gotcha.
And that was the work of what they decided. And Brad has to work with that committee. And
Right.
for whatever reason, they chose we would like to have something from the outside.
And Chairman, the manager brings up a good point, and it just makes me think about Dr. Burball. Like, you do a good job, so what do? Give you more work. And that doesn't feel good, So I hear that from you, Mr. Rechtenwald. But Mr. Santiago, I think, brings up a really good point. And I heard it said on the dais earlier that it's all taxpayer money. At the end of the day, it comes down to that.
One thing we could look at is the scope of what he's talking about, because you did mention it's a 75 to 125 range. I could ask him to take a look at that and say, is there any way we could pare that down so that there's work done by the consultant, but it's limited because he could actually supplement it with any kind of expertise that he and his staff bring.
You done? Don Dempsey.
I'm kind of on the same page with Mr. Santiago, Mr. Kent. I think it's just, in these committees, when we're trying to fill these committees, a lot of them we can't even fill with anybody. We can't even get people to volunteer to serve on the committee. But with ECHO, there was no problem. I mean, we have, really talented people. And I had a lot of people approach me about getting, my appointment for ECHO. And so it's really a heavily sought after position in the county because it's very powerful. And I really don't necessarily like the idea of spending that kind of money on something that we've got really qualified people doing. And I'm just afraid that it's just taking away from their responsibility, so to speak, and just delegating it to somebody else. And that recommendation may come in to them, but they may not be as well informed as if they'd just done it themselves or went through Mr. Burball, because and it's been going on for decades now, right? So we've gone this far without this committee. I just think if we're going to start coming up in the season of making cuts, the last thing we should be doing is expanding our expenses by doing this. I think we should see how it goes with our current appointments and see what kind of recommendations they come up with first before we start spending more tax dollars.
David Santiago.
This is my second to last bite at this one, Mr. Chair. And I think, Don, you went right exactly, the comments, I could echo them. And again, my criticism for the funding is actually in complement to the board itself, because I have a high degree of competence in their skill set. As Councilmember Dempsey said, this has been ongoing for years. They've done a fantastic job. I had no one tell me yet in any of my time researching this item that we have a broken system. Where is the problem we're trying to fix? I like to find problem, solution. Just bringing somebody in to possibly tell us to do something differently, it's not worth $75, it's not worth $50, it's not worth $10,000 for me. $175,000, $125,000 could be another project we can fund next year, as we looked at that list throughout the county, and some of us had concerns where it wasn't divvied up, right? But I think it's a waste of money. That's the most clearest place to put it. And no disrespect to the board members. It's a compliment. I want to be clear, because I did read the letter, it was well thought out. But this also should be in demonstration of what we're about to be endeavoring in very shortly in budget talks, right? And I think this could be another step of what we've recently taken actions to say we have to really look at every dollar we spent. I realize it's still ECHO, a self-funded project, but it's still tax dollars, as Councilmember Jake mentioned. We don't need to do this, folks. They're doing a great work. Let them continue to stay focused. I'd like the changes that they proposed. Some of those changes even incorporated some of the comments that we have made over the last few months already in there. So with the highest level of respect for them, Mr. Chair, I think we could still tell them, keep doing your work, and we don't feel it's appropriate to spend that money at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Just want to comment that, it seems like this council is starting to think about our foundational responsibilities as a government to provide for the safety and infrastructure and our core responsibilities, and to try to get away from some of this other stuff. And I just caution as a recovering city manager that if you start putting too much pressure on staff that can be done recommended, by the way, to be done by a facilitator or a consultant, that they'll stop doing something else that we'll be concerned about. And I caution again about what the ECHO committee can do inside the sunshine. They're going to have to meet pretty often to meet our responsibilities to get this subject done. Now, as an option, we can say no and just say status quo, keep going without it, which is possibly what would happen, is we don't make any progress, or it's a 2.5-year plan instead of a 6 or 8 month plan. Just something to consider.
Thank you. Just a couple of real quick things. We need to remember that whatever happens with the ECHO committee, whether or not they hire an outside agency, whatever happens, whether it comes from the committee or the agency, it comes back to council and we have to approve it or not. I think David Santiago made this point, but I want to make it again because this is being related to increasing taxes, and I don't want a tax increase this year. Our public can't afford it any more than county government can afford the rising costs of everything. But this is not going to affect raising taxes. This is existing funds in ECHO that the citizens already voted for. And I still believe that it's probably the smartest way to spend that money wisely, to have a really good management plan. And my question would be to Brad after Matt gets done, if maybe you could tell us, here's the thing for me. The chairman of ECHO, Pat Northey, asked us to approve this. Members have written and asked us to approve this. I'd like to know what you sat in those meetings. Why do they want an outside agency to do it? And we'll just start with that.
I'll first say, so there was unanimous support for this, and I think that someone with specialized knowledge that can do asset mapping. One of the issues we've had in the past is when we've tried to develop a plan or tried to get feedback, we have not been very successful with our partners. We think in terms of municipalities, we think part of that is that their priorities are when they bring projects. We've talked about that because they're responsible to elected officials as well. But how do we get everyone in the room, including elected officials, to develop a 2040 vision for ECHO is really what they're trying to get.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to bring up one other point. When we first came to this council, and we all thought that we all had dreams and projects that we wanted to get accomplished, and Parks and Deland, West Side. I see you over there looking. I had to say it. So we all wanted these things, and we thought we could get to it. And we're a very good group. I mean, we talk about things and we talk about them thoroughly, and I think we're a very good group with relation to that. But something that happened at that special meeting that we had, the workshop, when we had an outside source come in to give us a little bit more organization.
Yep.
And we have people in this county and our staff that could have probably have done that. But I have to say that it was welcomed, and I learned a lot from him, and I learned a lot the fact that his process would work, Mr. Marlowe. So that being said, I'm going to use that as my guideline. And I have to admit, Mr. Santiago, you actually had me there for a second, but I'm going to have to go back to my original thought. And no disrespect, but I just think that you just said it when we have these sources that are these individuals that work on this that are very talented.
I'm canceling my Christmas card.
All right, good deal. I want that second back. So, anyways, I'm still going for it.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. No, great from everyone. I don't like the 75 to 125 either. Can we come up with a set number and lock that in? Try to find a happy medium here. I think the concept itself works. It also allows, the outside person to do their thing. That's their specialty. And also, too, it avoids maybe undue influence, from internal parties. And it sets goals. The board's looking for it. I would like to see a more frugal number because that's a lot of money. And I don't think there's any reason why we can't get this done for less than 50,000. I mean, how long did it take us the other night? And we were dealing with some major complex things. How much did we pay, gentlemen? 6,000-7,000 to do all this? And he had about a week's worth of work prior meeting with us?
About 6,000.
I think we can do it for less. If we come up with a number,
He was just facilitating.
Yeah,
I think this is a little bit different what they're talking about.
I'm probably comparing apples to oranges.
Right.
This is not my third bite of the apple. I would just give some direction to council. But Danny, I think you could make an amendment if you want to set a ceiling, that if we send it out for bid and it doesn't stay under that ceiling, it's a no-go.
Or I can amend my motion.
A not to exceed number, right?
Yes. We can also, I think what's happening here is that we're going to have to divide this item up because there's two requests. There's one to approve all the changes, and then there's a request to approve this spending. And if this goes down, I don't want to get rid of the changes that they've worked hard to make too.
Yeah, are they? You're in this one here. You're approving their plan, which includes going out and getting the strategic planning process. So you could approve the plan and say something specific about the strategic planning process. I think it's the next item that does the changes to the guidebook and stuff.
If I still have it,
yeah.
If I still have it, can we hear from Mr. Kent without him using up his time?
Yes, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just had a quick question that might help. It's going to help me with the decision on this specific item, but also with the funding piece. Dr. Burball, where did we, because I don't see it in the agenda item, where did we come up with 75 to 125?
So we had talked to some consultants. We had talked to Orange County that's doing a 2050 plan. And we also asked Mr. Alt to vet the range that we're giving to council as well.
Right, yeah. The reason I asked that is, I think because of the dialogue we've had on this dais today, if we put it out the way it is, I think we would probably get close to that 75,000 because of what we have stated here today, which is why I wanted to know where the 75 to 125. But if I was a gambling man, and at times I am, if we had not had this conversation, I would have been willing to bet that the number would have come in at 125 or very close to it. So I'm pleased that we continue to have these hard/healthy conversations about budgets, especially when they're in specialized funds like this with ECHO. The only thing, I will add a little extra to that is ECHO is the one that's come back to us a couple of times in the very short tenure that we've had, where I believe they've had 2 years to complete projects and they need another year, or they've had a year extension and they need another year. And we've kind of gotten that message out there as, hey, you were given this funding. We expect you to perform and get done what you said you're going to get done in the allotted amount of time. So I can get behind the smaller amount. The one thing, because I agree with everything Councilman Santiago has said, but the one thing I would disagree with is that if I was going to do this, you mentioned 10,000 would even be too much for you, and I get that. I totally do, and you're standing firm with that. But I just needed to know where this number poof came out of and the range, because when you put information out there like that, that's what you're going to receive. And I also think that it could be done much, much cheaper, not in the $6,000 range. And you're right, that's not apples to apples, but I think it could be done. And let me ask this question while I still have some time. How much time are we thinking this consultant is going to need? And I mean really need, instead of them saying, well, I've got to justify $75,000, so I'm going to need X amount of time.
I'm going to give like any good academic, it depends on the scope that we're presenting to them. So based on, if you gave us a cap, we would amend the scope to meet that cap.
You don't have a timeline in front of you where you would think, I mean, even a guesstimate? I won't hold you to it. I just need something in my head with, is this something that can be completed in a month? Is this something that can be completed in 3 months by an outside consultant?
So this is pure speculation.
Sure, and I'm not holding you to this.
I would say 6 months to a year it would take us to get through the public. What we're envisioning is a robust public input process with all of our stakeholders.
Thank you. That changes it a little bit.
Yeah. Danny Robbins.
I'd like to make a motion to cap this off at 40,000.
We have a motion to approve. Are you amending the motion?
I would have to, yeah, I can amend it. I'm okay with it.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is to approve with a cap of 75,000. 40,000. Pardon me?
I made the motion.
Matt made the motions. You're amending your...
I was going to amend to the 75, but...
You made the motion.
Yes.
Yes. To 75.
Okay.
Or I can do the, all right.
Matt made the motion to approve this. He's amending it to a cap of 75,000. And Mr. Robbins, you have the ability to amend the amendment to a different number if you care to. We would have to vote on that to see if it's which carries.
I would like to second the 75,000.
You're seconding
I am.
75. Dick Johansson. Discussion on that. We have a member of the public who would like to speak. Before we take any votes, let's do that. Dana McCool.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council. Would like to remind us again that Volusia County rarely agrees on anything as much as we overwhelmingly voted. 72% of Volusia County voted to give these people authority to shape our county. With the attack that we have on home rule for our county, the fight that we have to do with developers, if we have consciences about preserving our community of Volusia in a responsible way, we voted these people in. These are the recommendations that these people are making that 72% of us voted on. We voted to have their knowledge here. And again, I think that the bringing up the objectivity is perfect. Outside people bring in ideas that aren't shaded by our local politics. We're not shaping policy based on that. We're doing what's best for the community. We had Mr. Marlowe come in. We've had strategizing. You're having strategizing. You're smart men sitting up here, right? But you had a consultant come in. The smart people, 72% of us voted in, are asking for this consultancy also. I don't think 75,000 is out of line. I am a resident of District 5, and as a taxpayer, I am saying I don't mind $75,000, and I don't see another resident sitting back here railing against it. Unless you've gotten emails, you might have. But we voted to do this and empower these people to make the decisions that they're making. It's a recommendation coming from them. So loosen the belt. I know we want to ratchet it down. We're entertaining motocross in Volusia County, and we're talking about all of that. We can talk about how to preserve what little we have left. We've not been very good stewards, not in my district, not over here in Volusia County. Let these people do what we have paid them to do. I'm asking you this as a taxpayer and a resident. This is good money. You can cut everywhere else, but this is good money because this is all we have left. and they need to make the decision on how we're stewards of that. I know that you all are conservationists at heart. Spend money on the right things. I don't mind that. And that's all I want to say. I back these people 100% as a taxpayer. So if you want to hear from a taxpayer, you're hearing from a taxpayer. I want my community preserved in the most professional, best way possible. And that's what they're asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Dempsey, did you still?
I removed it.
You're good? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think since the motion was amended, and I think re-amended, I felt compelled that I have an opportunity to speak again on the amended motion, though I won't take my 9 minutes. And more inclined to respond to some of the comments that even here. It's important to highlight that a no vote on this is not a reflection on the work that the committee's done. It's not a reflection on the vote that the constituents have made, the 72%, because it doesn't eliminate the program in any way. It's actually a complement. So I'm making sure that that is being very clear, because you bring in outside consultants sometimes, yes, to sometimes bring in fresh ideas, but this person is really just a facilitator. The ideas are coming from the people that are on the committee, and I think they're going to do some outside engagement pieces where they're bringing in other constituents to participate. Now, we create committees because we are in some cases relinquishing our work. And I have opinions on how many committees we should have and how much work I should relinquish, because when I get elected to do the job up here, right? And I'm very tight sometimes to relinquishing the work, because I don't mind doing the research. I don't mind talking to the constituents, because I'm a face of them too. I'm accessible to them just like any other. So I feel that in most cases, I'm compelled to do that job, right, with the tools. I just feel that no one has made the case that the ECHO board is broken, that they are incapable of continuing to do their work. I know they want to, hey, let's bring somebody out and guide us a different way maybe, or do some other things, but there's no compelling case at all to say that the system is in jeopardy, that it will not continue to fund projects as it has for over 10 years. So why should I say spend $50,000? Like I know somebody said too, why should I spend any money when no one has told me the problem exists? And that's why I will vote no, because there's not a problem that I need to spend money on, not a condemnation on the board and the good work they've done. And I'm sure they'll continue to do if this doesn't pass.
Danny Robbins.
If there's nothing else, I'd like to hear possibly the vote, but I'd also, just in a comment in closing, I'm willing to give us a try, but I'd like to see what that 40,000 will get us, because it could be 6 months. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but I don't want to go overboard with it in respect of Mr. Santiago. So that's all.
Before I speak, I'm going to call on Don, because I have a question about the item for staff procedurally. So go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Mr. Santiago. I also, Danny, you almost got me there. When you said 40, I was like, okay, I guess I could go with that. But again, we're coming up on a season of hard cuts. I mean, we're going to have to make really hard cuts here with all these other expenditures. We're going to have to start shelling out, at the end of the year or middle of the year. We're going to have to start making decisions on budget increases. And like Mr. Santiago says, I haven't heard any complaints about the existing system. It's been going on now for a long time, and it doesn't appear to be broke. And I'm going to be a no vote on this as well, just because I don't know if this is the time to start spending more money in uncharted territory when we got upcoming problems that we're going to have to deal with later on. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll just say again that to me, this isn't spending more money. It's not an issue of this is going to trigger a tax increase. It's spending money that we've already collected through this tax. And While I will agree wholeheartedly that the committee is not broken, the committee is asking for help. They're asking for this. They believe they need outside help because they want to plan for the next 18 years to spend over $100 million, maybe $200 million, as this county expands. And they want to do it right, and I'm going to defer to them when they say we really would like to have this help in providing, in crafting a long-term plan so that they don't waste taxpayer money. They're not saying they're broke, but they are definitely asking us to help them. And staff, I also want to, I don't see another item. This one item covers two things: the work plan goals that we have to approve and a request to fund this strategic planning process. So if you vote no against it, we're voting against their work plan goals as well. So we could separate those out, but unless I'm missing something, I don't see another item that deals. We have Volusia Forever next, but Troy Kent.
Mr. Rectenwald, last line on this budget request says, if this request is granted, the final scope of work for the strategic plan would return to council for approval before commencement of the project. So if we approve this tonight, this is going to come back before us with the $75,000 so that we can see exactly what the scope's going to be, what they're going to do, et cetera, et cetera.
That's correct.
Because, you know, I have a ton of respect for everybody up here, and I'll just say that, you know, the gentlemen on both sides of me, I think, make a compelling argument as to why we could do this without any funding. But I would be interested to, myself, to approve this, to see what comes back, and given that opportunity so that, you know, we can really sink our teeth into it even a little bit more. This is one of the reasons I love local government. Good stuff happens up here, and you can change things on the dime and be impactful for your community, and I'm appreciative of that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve the Advisory Committee 2023 work plan and goals and their request to fund the strategic planning process at a cap of $75,000. Carissa, would you call, and I want to say again, I'm not calling for a roll call to put anybody on the line.
We should have a roll call. Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
there's going to be for and against, and I want it to be clear. So go ahead, Carissa.
I want to clarify that this is on the amendment for the $75,000
Mhm.
cap first,
Mhm.
correct?
And the approval of the guidebook.
Correct.
You amended your own
Yes, I
motion?
did. I amended it. It was my motion originally, and I amended it to 75,000.
Okay. So do we need to vote, Mr. Parliamentarian, on the amendment first, since he amended his own motion?
No, and when you did that, I understood it. You were restating your motion.
Restating my motion.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So this is the vote for the full package. Thank you.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
No, due to the funding.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, so the vote carries
5 to 2.
Thank you. Great debate, council. This is what we're supposed to do.
Mhm.
And it will come back. We get another bite at this. Item 3, item 4, Volusia Forever recommended changes to the property evaluation.
Did we do 3?
No, 3.
Here's the Echo book.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go to number 4.
That's why it, I missed it. Item 3, recommended changes to the Echo Guidebook.
So again, these are changes recommended by the council-appointed advisory council. They're standalone recommendations for improvements to the guidebook. And I've provided the summary with page numbers as well as a track change document and a PowerPoint with the rationale for council members and the public, and here to answer any questions you have of staff.
Denny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Brad, thank you. A couple questions with this. You know, the voters voted on specific language. What I just need to kind of dispel the alarm here is what kind of problems, or if there would even be a problem with us changing some of this at this point in the game. I know it allows for some of this, but what did we tell the voters, or what was the language that we told the voters originally when they voted on it?
The ballot language was to finance the acquisition, restoration, construction, or improvement of projects to be used for environmental, cultural, historical, or outdoor recreational purposes.
And there was obviously rules put in place at that time. What I was scared of just a little bit, and I support the program wholeheartedly, is changing, you know, some of the conditions and the verbiage now at this point in the game, after we voted on it. You think we'd have any issues there with the language changes?
Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. No, sir. We have periodically, I think since 2007, a resolution that implements the ability to go back and continue to update the language because it's a living, breathing document bound by the rules of the referendum, but these rule changes do not affect that referendum that passed.
Yeah.
From a legal standpoint.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, if it's okay. So any of these rules that are being proposed, because the programs can get revised from time to time, they got to operate within the confines of that ballot language that went to the voters. So that's kind of the rules of operation. So nothing that's proposed should conflict with that.
Okay. I'll save the rest for debate.
Troy Kent.
Just a motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 3 by Troy Kent. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson, and comments.
Okay, second by Jake Johansson. Did you have a comment?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
On page 319, 318 of the guidebook, I want to anchor on the operating forecast piece there, Brad, and chat a little bit. You know, we have a $611,000 bogey of cultural grants coming up, or cultural asks for money, and a bunch of the folks on that list for the $611,000 are also ECHO folks that have received ECHO funds. And it says in the operating forecast here, this section must outline how the facility or project will operate. My question is does the team look at how much money the ECHO's not used for operating?
Correct.
But so they come to the county, ask for money for operating. It's going to come up in part of our budget. Does the ECHO committee and staff look at that and go, yeah, we need to take a look at that and determine, you know, that might be a little bit too much of a double bite of the apple, if you will?
So I will first say, the cultural grants are disseminated through Parks and Rec. So we're not privy to the information that they're getting, the amounts that they're getting through that grant program. I will tell you, however, that
they're not privy. It's public it's public knowledge, right? It's part of the budget.
Yes, sir.
So they are privy. They just might not use it. Okay, go ahead.
But one of the things that we look at operational forecast, if they're projecting a new facility or projecting a project, we want to see year-over-year growth in their operational forecast, where they're going to fund the operations of that facility. Or if they're going to have new ball courts or they're going to have new ball fields, we want to see an increase in FTE in that budget to make sure that those ball fields are maintained. So at the staff level, that's something that we look at. If they're coming in and asking to fund this facility, we want to see an increase in their operations forecast, because they're giving us a snapshot of today versus into the future after that project is completed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we got a motion in a second? Yes? So my concern is that we approve ECHO something that increases their operations, and then they come to us under the cultural hat and ask us for more money to help them fund the more operations that we just funded the capital improvement for. I want to be sure that we're not making people bigger and costing us more money in the other bucket of money, if that makes sense to you. Because ECHO pays for one thing and Parks and Rec pays for the other. And I'm not saying it's not important. I just want to make sure that they have a plan that doesn't rely solely on the county to fund their additional operations. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you. I saw a change, let me go back here. Page 6, to add historic or artifact monument to list of projects. To what extent, or what's the scope of, or boundaries of an artifact? Are we looking at a petrified piece of wood? Are we looking for an arrowhead on the property, and then we have to buy this property? I mean, I don't want to be a kid in a candy store where, hey, we need to buy this under all costs. And I think there was a case some years ago, maybe 8-10 years ago, with either Port Orange, New Smyrna, where they had a shell, an old kind of Indian midden. And it turns out it was just an ancient trash pile. So it kind of makes sense what I'm asking. Are we opening ourselves up here for abuse in this program? That's my first question.
So I'll back up for a second and give you the impetus for these changes is because we've had a dearth of historic and environmental projects. And so what the ECHO committee did last year is said, let's meet with these stakeholders in a public forum to see how we can make adjustments to the program to increase these applications of these two categories where we've not had a lot. And so these recommendations actually came from stakeholders that day. Just like anything else, I think it would be a judgment call by your staff as to whether, it qualified. One of the things that's foundational to ECHO is public access. So just buying it would not be enough. There'd have to be some interpretation or some public access component. So that's where these changes came from. So it would really be, it would make these eligible. But it would be, staff would weigh in with a recommendation, your committee would weigh in with a recommendation, and ultimately it would be the council's decision whether to approve.
Do we have a more in-depth definition of artifact or monument? Because we're opening ourselves up. And I'm looking at, I think it's, I can't speak for the council, but I've been paying attention where we want to make sure this money's going to exactly what the program, I'm trying to figure out the definition of artifact and where these boundaries are.
So,
at 80 years, 100 years, 200 years?
Let me explain a little bit, get into the weeds a little bit on this. So when the stakeholder came, they suggested artifact as the language. But really when staff went back and looked at the definition of artifact and monument, what they really were trying to do, it's related to the tugboat, is a monument. That is a monument. The World War II tugboat. So if it was brought in and it was interpreted and put somewhere where people could have access to the outside of it. So really what they were looking for was monument. We brought that back to the committee and said, here's the definition of artifact, here's the definition of monument. We really think what you're trying to get to is monument. And they said, well, we think we should include both. So.
But looking back, that was one of my regrets, was voting for the tugboat. I'm sorry if I offended anybody, but I think it's a disaster. But at this point here, like I said, I don't want to open ourselves up. I'd be willing to omit that out of the language so we don't ever run into that problem again. What else? Because it's going to come to us anyway, just like we did for the Mary McLeod Bethune plaque for $25,000. And then item 14. Let me go here. My question pertains to the green infrastructure and sustainability, which is all good, but it should be known that there's an additional cost for that. That's common knowledge, more expensive upkeep. So we all know that these programs don't necessarily cover maintenance after the fact. So these additional burdens and additional work to maintain this stuff is going to be increased. And as long as the taxpayers know that, somewhere along the line, they're going to be being hit again to upkeep some of these more labor-intensive ventures that goes around with green infrastructure and sustainability projects. Is that accurate?
So green infrastructure is not required, it's recommended. So what we're asking them is if they're going to incorporate these things, tell us how they're going to do it.
Okay. So it's not saying you will do this?
Yes, that is
So
correct.
it's totally optional?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Don Dempsey.
Okay. Just a couple of questions, Brad.
Yes, sir.
One, at the very end of this, page 3-47, it says here, if the project is a new facility, how will it meet green building standards or certifications? Why is it necessary to add the green building standards? Because in my experience, green building standards increase construction costs probably 2 or 3-fold. Change number 9, page 14 is how you have it titled, but it's slide number 347.
Yeah, so again, these are, typically answered by applicants by low flow. There are ways that you can conserve without increasing the cost. So again, this is completely optional. It's not required.
Right, but would you agree that green building, I mean, if you're going to build a new standing structure to green standards, I mean, that could be not just the low flow toilets, but I mean, you got a lot of other stuff that has to be done specifically to keep it green.
Yes.
Right? Like the $250,000 outhouse we just approved for the fire station, was that to green standards?
I can't speculate. I wasn't.
So I guess my question is, why would we require these projects to be green as opposed to just a regular old construction project?
It's not a requirement.
Okay. Would you agree, though, that that would significantly increase the cost of construction of new facilities?
Based on what you're telling me, I'm not in construction, so I couldn't answer that, but based on what you're telling me, I would believe that it would be.
I guess I'm just wondering where this came from. Whose idea was it, and why are we putting that in there?
Well, I think that what we wanted to do is align these questions with a county plan. And so these are in the county sustainability plan, these 3 areas specifically. So we wanted to see if they are constructing projects that align with these standards, how are we aligned with a county plan?
Okay. I guess that's still a little, I guess I'm going to be a no vote on this because I don't really know how much this is going to take away from ECHO funding or the funding, just because we have to build these new facilities to, like the Little League outhouses that hopefully we're going to get into Leon soon. But I mean, the dugouts, I mean, I don't know how much green standards is going to increase the overhead for the project.
It's not a requirement.
Okay, so we could delete that?
Certainly.
Okay.
It's council's prerogative.
And then secondly, on slide 341, are we saying that we're going to get rid of people's due process to appeal to the county council and just leave it end with the ECHO advisory committee?
No. So
for extensions?
So all recommendations, regardless of approval or denial, come to council. So we're, rather than saying if you get denied, you can appeal to the council. No matter what, if it's approved or denied, it's coming to council.
Okay, so the change number 4 on page 20, where it says applicants' denials may be appealed to county council, was deleted. So can we undelete that and say that at least we could be a second appeal if the ECHO advisory board?
So the language in the guidebook was a legal recommendation to change because as it's currently written, the ECHO committee is an advisory board. They have no final decision-making authority, unlike some of your other committees. So that language was inartful, kind of denoted that they had some final decision-making authority, which would then be appealed. They can either make a recommendation to approve it or not approve it, but at the end of the day, you, the council, make the final decision. So it was just a legal, it changes no due process rights. Everything was already being handled in the way I just described it. It was just inartfully previously described.
So we could change that to make sure that people still have the ultimate ability to get their extensions to us.
You always have the final, nothing will, it's always coming to you now, sir. It's just again, it was just an artful description in the guidebook previously, and it's being changed to reflect the current process.
And then change, the last thing I'd like to talk about real quick is slide 3-40, which is talking about recommended change number 3, page 6. And again, it just seems like it's getting rid of the ability to appeal. Again, it's more of a due process issue with me. It just says here, the rationale for getting rid of the ability to appeal to the ECHO Advisory Committee is that all staff recommendations on duplication and eligibility are presented to the advisory committee. So it sounds like you're saying the applicant would not be able to make a direct appeal to the ECHO Advisory Committee, but only staff could? I don't know if I want to limit people's ability to go over staff's head to appeal to another body.
So I will say here, so staff initially, when it comes in, the application makes a determination on eligibility. Yes, it is aligned with the ballot language, or no, it is not. And that recommendation, regardless, if it is yes, it aligns, or no, it is not, goes to the advisory council. So every case will be presented to either the advisory council or to this body. So there's no need for an appeal because we're presenting our recommendation regardless of what it is.
But will they have an ability to voice their concerns?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes,
Absolutely.
That's right. Yep.
All right, thanks, guys.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a follow-up to the green standards question that's optional, will it be considered in the ranking process for awardees?
It is not on the score sheet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, on the green, and I want to make sure it's clear that there's a difference between leads and green. I think people are talking, when you're talking about this increase in prices, that's the leads program. That's actually defined, and that's what creates an increase. Our data shows, our experience, it could be as much as 30 to 40% increase in initial building. What we try to do when we build is we try to put as many green features that will save money in maintenance and long-term operational costs. That's where we use the green for that purpose, but we don't build to a LEED standard. If there's like a LEED silver somewhere in that area, we try to put a lot of those measures in because they will save money in operating the building. For instance, things like the EOC that we have over there, a very large open building that has our operations center and has the consolidated dispatch. We are able to operate the air in there a fraction of the cost of what the old EOC was like, because we used more insulation, better lights that don't generate heat, a whole bunch of other factors in there. So that's the purpose of the green. The green is to save green in the long run. That's what the options are. But we don't build to a LEED standard, which may require, other items that we would then, not use. So that's just, I want to make sure that's clear. It's not a requirement. It's a goal that they put in there. Again, you had talked about it previously about trying to save, look at their operational cost. That's the way we're looking at it. That's the difference.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented minus the historic and artifact monument definition.
Okay, we already had a motion and a second to approve, so but you can make an amendment and we'll vote on that to omit that section on.
I'll make the motion.
Pardon me?
Mr. Kent and Mr.
Kent
Johansson seconded.
And Johansson seconded it. We've just been talking about it a long time, but you're welcome to make the amendment.
That's fine. Then I'll make the amendment.
To remove monument and artifact.
Remove monument and artifact. Well said.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on that amendment? Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I think I just want to echo what George said here in debate, that the last bullet there on green, nowhere does it say require. It does not say require. It said, how would you do this? Somebody talked about ball field bathrooms. Low flow and no flow urinals might be the right answer in a ball field. That would be a check in the positive box for that person if they said we're using low flow or no flow toilets or urinals and things that George mentioned. So this, I don't think this was recommended as a move to make us all certified and spend tens of thousands of dollars to go green. This was an idea to save money for not flushing water and light switches that turn off automatically if nobody's in the building and things of that nature that we have here. So I want to reiterate, because a council member mentioned I'm going to be no for a reason, that is not recommended. It just increases their chances of getting the award if they have some of these technologies in their project. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back to the amendment. We have an amendment on the floor by Vice Chair Robbins to remove monument and artifacts. Was there a second on that amendment?
I'll second that.
And you wanted to discuss it?
Yeah, I just, not that particular, but also the same thing. I'm not big on repeating things, but thank you, Mr. Rechtenwald, for clarifying that. We saw a lot of that in our construction in the county over the 30 years. Green being something that's not required, LEED construction-wise may be required for the LEED part, like parking spots or bicycle racks, and we saw a lot of that when we were doing the dorms. So those were LEED.
Yeah, but LEED
initiated.
is a certification.
Exactly,
There you go.
exactly.
As a county, we've just adopted more of green
Of the green,
approach,
exactly.
where we try to save money and save resources.
But they can be easily
you know.
confused.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we vote on this, Brad, can I ask you another question on the monument and artifacts? And maybe I was seeing it wrong. I like that to me, but I read it to take that that's another project that could be brought forward.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose was to preserve our history.
Yes, sir.
Is that too loose of a? Okay. This came out of the discussion with the historic preservation, correct?
It was a joint meeting between ECHO and the Historic Preservation Board.
And even if those projects were brought forward, that was a monument. I think we had one that has apparently left a bad taste in your mouth. No? Just a tug, that's what I meant, just a tugboat. But they would all ultimately come back to the council for approval.
Yes, sir.
I think this opens up another avenue, another door for some interesting projects that help preserve our history. We don't do a very good job of saving our history. We let termites eat it and fires burn it down. I just wanted to clarify that for my own thinking. Michael Dyer?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown or Dr. Burbach, if you could, just so we're clear, if this amendment passes, what does that change with regards to the proposal today?
So the request before you was to add these, allowing them, so right now you cannot have an ECHO project that has an inside and doesn't give people access to the inside of it. So what this is saying is that we have a few project categories where access to the exterior only is allowed. So what they're asking is for that to be the case for these two categories. So if this fails, we would say no. If it is a historic structure, we need access to the inside as well, which is the way it stands now.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
And I think, Jeff, and you did make a good point, but I think we can, if there is something like that, it can be covered under historical. And it's just my opinion for whatever it's worth, I just see possibly open up the door for more expenditures long-term and possibly a little stretch there and abuse. I stand by my motion.
Okay, good. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for my ask something that might have been said when I stepped out for a second, but did I hear that if the motion, the proposed motion as it sits, gets passed, and there's certain types of projects that we would fund, I think it's historical and something else, that potentially, I'll use the word, tax dollars could be spent to renovate or fix an interior of a facility, but yet would not allow the public to have the access inside if we make this change. Is that what I heard?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry. So let me try. So I'll read the language so we can
Let's
all
start
read.
there.
So
Okay.
right now, projects that ultimately allow access only to the exterior of a building or structure are ineligible unless the project is a standalone green infrastructure or nature-based solution project. What we're saying is, what the committee is recommending to you is to add historic artifact or monument to those exceptions. So for example, if it was a historic structure, if it was a building.
Let's go there.
Okay, if it's a building, right now, if you get ECHO grant money, you can't just restore the outside, you gotta restore the inside too and give the public access to it.
That's
So,
today.
That is today. So if we were to have a monument, like a tugboat, for example, that
No,
has an inside.
keep the building, keep the building.
Okay.
Keep the
all right.
building.
So what this would do is say that you could restore the outside of the structure.
Okay. But could they still spend dollars granted to them in the inside?
Well, we would not consider a historic structure a monument, first of all. So this is another category.
Okay, now you're confusing me because you said a building.
I did.
Let's stick to the building scenario.
So the building's not a good example, and I went down that road.
Okay.
So this is adding monument and artifact, not historic structure. So right now, if you have a historic structure, you would have to give the public access to the inside,
And if the
that would
proposed
not change.
change, that does not change.
That does not change with this proposal. I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, I'm glad we clarified that.
Yes,
Thank you.
So, one more attempt at this to make sense out of it. There's a building that ECHO's not asking for money to go inside and do anything to, but they might, am I wrong to assume that they could put some kind of a monument, a statue to Brad Burball for his great work outside, and we would have to give access to that monument or artifact to view outside, but you can't go inside?
That is correct.
Okay.
There really is no inside to a monument.
Right. No. Okay. Any other questions on the amendment, Don Dempsey?
Yeah, I guess, when I talk about the green building standard, I'm not talking about just low flow toilets. I'm talking about the actual material used to construct the building. I mean, yeah, water savings is one part of that, but the building materials being non-toxic, relying on renewable sources, minimal harm to the environment. There's just a lot of other components to green building standards that I think is just going to significantly raise the cost of these things. Is that not Brad, is that not already oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him sit down. Brad, is that not already a factor? Why do we have to add that? I mean, if that's one of our goals, and I think George even said that that's been kind of one of our goals, is to protect the environment as best we can. Why do we have to add this language if that's already been our goal?
It's council's prerogative as to whether to add it or not.
I mean, do you think this is going to cause more bids to be green or to be more green, which is in turn going to raise costs?
Again, it's not required, so it would be the applicant's decision and not appropriate for me to speculate.
And then, again, it just comes down to the board making a decision on which one they want to go with. Maybe they like it because they're green, but maybe we like this one because it's so much cheaper than the green one, and just take it on a case-by-case basis. I'm just afraid that we're going to put too much emphasis on green and drive the prices up and get all our bids now thinking they have to be green and have all these extra standards. I understand the low-flow toilets. I get that. But if we're going to make things out of materials that are going to cost significantly more because they're deemed green as opposed to just standard building materials, I just don't necessarily like the idea of adding that language if we're already factoring that in.
Again, it's not a requirement. I think the way that I understand it since I've got here is the committee looks favorably upon these things because it shows the applicant has thought about how they will address these standards. But again, it's not a requirement.
Okay, thanks.
Jake Johansson.
If we're hung up on the green thing and we put it as something to get a point for, if people, by the way, these aren't our projects, these could be somebody else's projects, and each one of those come to us after they get a point for getting them, they're going to get all the way to council for approval. And if it's the will of the council and we get hung on that here, it's going to come back to us again. And everybody's going to, like Mr. Dempsey said, everybody's going to work hard to do this, conserve water, conserve energy, and we're going to say, you're spending too much money on green, and say no to the project. That's an unintended consequence of having this in here. If you take it out, they can have a green project if they want, and we can either deny it or not here. But what I don't think is going to happen is when we get the list of ECHO approved projects, we're not going to tear through each construction and see how green they are and determine they're too expensive. I think we're going to get committee recommendations to approve these ECHO projects. And by the way, our ECHO committee, one of them is E. I think E is what? Engineering? No, environment. So they kind of got a little bit of that environmental stink on them to begin with. So, put it in, take it out. I no pun intended. I think it's important that we leave it in and make it a pro, and then we'll make the decision here when it comes to us whether they went overboard, and if they're LEED Platinum certified, maybe we don't fund them as much as we should. So. Thanks.
Okay, we need to vote on the amendment, but Brad, before you sit down, since we're talking about, maybe I'm looking at this wrong again. Isn't green infrastructure one of the types of projects that can be ECHO approved? We're not requiring every project to be green infrastructure.
That is correct. If there's public access and it's used as a demonstration.
Okay. Thank you. Dismissed. All right, we have to vote on the amendment to delete the monuments and artifacts before we can vote on the main motion to approve the rest of the ECHO guidebook changes. And was there any other discussion about that amendment? It's the only thing we're voting on right now is to delete that one line. Krista, would you call the roll on the amendment?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
I guess I'll be the only no I didn't want to delete it. I like that as an option. But the amendment passes 6-1. And that takes us to the main motion, which is to approve the other guidebook, recommended guidebook changes.
Move to approve guidebook changes with the exception of the one that we just voted on.
We already have a motion to approve that by Mr. Kent, and you seconded it.
Beautiful.
So without any other discussion, would you, I'm going to take a swag at this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries, I think, 6-1 to approve the rest of the guidebook changes. Thank you. That takes us to item 4, another resolution on Volusia Forever recommended changes to the property evaluation criteria.
Correct. After reviewing 42 properties, the advisory committee is recommending some tweaks to the language. Again, for the public, I've included description, a summary page with a track change resolution, as well as the committee members' rationale for the recommended change. Again, these stand alone. It's council's prerogative whether to adopt these or not.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we proposing, did we consider or proposing any changes to standardize, or maybe you could share the process in case of a default?
Define default.
Where it triggers the county wanting their money back. Anything that would trigger that?
From after a purchase?
Yes.
No, sir.
So our current process is, nothing was looked at. I just want to be, that's the answer to your question?
Yes, sir.
What is the process in the event that there's a default?
Are you talking Echo or are you talking?
Forever.
Forever. Well, I'll have to let the attorneys, because I'm not sure what you mean.
So if it's, for example, if it's a situation where you have a conservation easement and another city's in charge of the fee, then, and they're not abiding by the provisions of the conservation easement, then we would look to enforce that conservation easement with an injunction from the court. If they continue to acquiesce, or let's say that some of the provisions that we're putting in there now gives us the ability to go in there and step in their place if they're not doing certain things that we think are required, and then invoice them. They don't pay it. We have an ability to go get the money, the damages for that. Now, that may not exactly foreclose the property, if you will, but really it's the court function of the injunction aspect, enforcing the rules in the easement against the owner. So that would be one
Do
way.
we have provisions, or have we ever installed provisions that require to pay back monies at certain interest rates or certain conditions?
We have in our conservation easement, we put some language in there about the percentage penalty interest.
That's where I'm going. Yeah.
If they don't do certain things that can accrue against the property, that would, then we would look to get a judgment and then move against that.
Correct. And what's owed back to the county?
Plus interest.
Correct. That's where I'm going. So we've in various contracts that we've done, we've inserted those terms. Correct.
So I think we typically, I think you're talking about two different processes, sir. So when it's just the fee we're closing on, say we're taking ownership, and then we look to maintain the property in perpetuity and conservation. There's certain functions with land management that does that. There's really nothing we're moving against there, right? Like, it's us, we're the people that are maintaining it. Sometimes we do it with partners that, similar to what we do with cities, put onuses upon us, like the water management district. If they take an easement and we're the subservient fee owner and we have to answer to those easement rules, so we have to make sure we're following those rules, they could enforce them against us as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have kind of the local concept, if you will, the partnership with the cities, local governments, where we get the conservation easement. We do put some of those interest-bearing requirements if they don't do certain things. And then we would move to enforce that aspect of the conservation easement. So really, it's the local partners I think you're talking about is how we would look to enforce it.
Yeah, and I guess, the reason, council members, the reason I asked the question is I had the opportunity to read two different documents that were tied to Volusia Forever that were prepared by us, I'll just say, because I represent the county. And my concern was that the terms were different for one versus the other when it came to defaulting and the amount to pay back to the county. That was very disturbing to me, because I think those terms should be standardized and not arbitrary, which I felt that it was somewhat arbitrary. And what I would propose is that, if you can answer that question, or somebody can answer that question, if it's true or not, but I read it, so unless I read it wrong, I'd like to make sure that we have clear processes that identify, in the event that there's a default, that this is the standard for everyone. Because what I read didn't really convince me that I thought it was subjective. And can you, if you want to address it or not, I'll go for it.
I don't know what properties you're talking about, sir.
Okay. And could that be something that we can add to this particular changes?
Yes, sir. As far as I thought it was standard. If we messed up, then I'm happy to take a look at it, but there should be, we have a standard conservation easement.
You know, thank you. Mr. Chair, and council members, I apologize that I don't have those documents in front of you right now, because my memory was jarred again about something that I had read in the past. I'd like for the council to consider, because I thought it was a pretty egregious thing that I was not very happy with, and I don't think you would be happy with if you've seen it. I would propose, Mr. Chair, if we could table this one item, and I can get with staff to speak the specifics on that, to see if they can come back with a proposal, so that you guys can see, hey, this is the standard. So I ask that you trust me in what I read, and I think it's good for everyone to make sure there's some checks and balances.
A motion?
And I move to table it.
Second.
David Santiago makes a motion to table this to a future meeting, seconded by Troy Kent. Any discussion? Jake Johansson.
I'll tell you what, let's do the vote, and I'll ask my questions via email if required.
Okay, I just have a question for staff. Volusia Forever, we would buy the property with that. Who's defaults? How could we default?
I think he was asking the question in the vein of a conservation easement. So a conservation easement is when we're buying the development rights or protecting the taxpayer investment, so it doesn't evolve into something that doesn't align with the ballot language. So if that happened, there would be basically a default on the contract, the agreement.
Okay, can this be brought back next meeting to discuss, or do you need more time?
Two meetings? Depend on what we need as far as to answer Mr. Santiago's questions to his satisfaction. So I could do it next meeting or 2 meetings.
I prefer 2 meetings. Give me some time to do some work, if that's okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to table this until the second meeting in June. No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
You know what? I don't want to vote yet. We have one member of the public from the Volusia Forever Committee, Wanda Van Zant. I'm sorry for almost missing you.
If I could ask
Van
a
Dam,
question
Wanda
first.
Van Dam.
Are we talking to table the entire discussion or just that one portion? Are you wanting to not have a vote on what is the?
It would be to table the item
Yeah,
itself.
we're tabling the entire item. It'll come back in 2 meetings, but that's the motion on the table.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, my comments are in regard to the language that has been presented to you. And my apologies for the record, Wanda Van Dam. I am a 30-plus year resident of Osteen, and I've been a property owner in Osteen for all of that time. I was privileged to be a member of the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee in 2011, when the program was suspended after the remaining funds were utilized to purchase a Deep Creek Preserve project. I was on the first 2 years of the current program and am now on this program. And the one thing that I have noted is that we have a variety of personalities on every board. We've got people with varying interests, varying levels of talent, but the one thing that everybody, I believe, is united on is that they want to do what they can to make this program the best possible program for the 75% plus percentage of the voters that voted for it. What you have in front of you are some recommendations on the criteria that were a consensus of the board after we did 3 cycles of evaluations, which included dozens of properties. And you will note that the majority of the recommendations are geared toward verbiage to clarify language. And we are trying to better align ourselves with all of the state funding partners, which is a critical part of our program. We are not looking to change the priorities of the program. We need to continue to focus on the Volusia Conservation Corridor, especially in light of the fact that Florida Forever has been funded to a large extent. So we need to continue to work on that. But we also need to acknowledge the fact that the language in 2020 contained verbiage that wasn't in the 2000 language, and that is forest and farmlands. So a number of the recommendations that you see are geared toward forest and farmlands. And again, trying to align ourselves with the funding partners and trying to bring more projects forward. We want more landowners to come forward with this. This is a good program. It's always been a good program. It's working. We're asking that you support this resolution and allow us to continue to do this work. We want to make this the best possible program that we can for all the residents of Volusia County. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with you. It's a great program. I love the changes that were made. I think Mr. Santiago has he's not canceling the program by any stretch. I think it's wise to look back and see if we're consistent in the way that we're handling each thing. So don't fret. You've done a great job with the changes that were made. I think it helps to ensure protection of our agriculture land, and so just like it was said by this council about the ECHO committee, the Volusia Forever committee is doing a great job. So don't be discouraged. So with that, we have a vote, a motion and a second on the table to table this for further discussion so that we can make sure that we are being consistent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Why don't we take a brief break?
Mr. Brower, that was 6-0 because Mr. Johansson is not here.
Okay, well, I was okay, 6-0. He will. Okay, we will take a 15-minute break. Is that enough for everybody, or do you want a half hour? There goes my 8 o'clock. Okay, we will be back at 6:50.
Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is your host, Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain with the county's Community Information Division, and I'm joined today by co-host David Hunt. Thank you so much for listening. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors, the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. So for those of you who have been listening, and when we get Dave as a co-host, everybody knows Dave is a beach goer. He's out there surfing, doing all kinds of cool stuff, but you've been laid up. You stepped on an oyster.
Yeah, I had a run-in with an oyster, and it almost lost my toe. So PSA for the people out there, be careful of oysters. Always watch. You
had one flip-flop on, and you didn't have the other one on, right?
Flip-flops aren't the move. Wear the extra tough boots or wear some toe cover, because I'm definitely, I've been dealing with that.
Well, let's talk beach today, Dave. What do you think?
I love talking about the beach.
We've got two great guests in the studio today. We've got Chad McAfee. He's the manager of the Marine Science Center in Ponce Inlet. And we've also got Jamie Reneker. She is the HCP manager for the County of Volusia. She works in our Environmental Management Division. So first off, if we can start off, HCP. We have so many acronyms in our world today.
This is the acronym breakdown show.
There you go. So, Jamie, first of all, tell us a little bit about what is the HCP, how does it affect our beaches in Volusia County, and what is your role in terms of what you do to help protect the HCP or protect the turtles?
Yeah. So like you mentioned, I'm the HCP program manager. We say HCP a lot in our division. It is a mouthful. It does stand for Habitat Conservation Plan. And we have that Habitat Conservation Plan in place because of beach driving that we have on our beaches. So after we've had beach driving here in Volusia County for a very, very long time, since the early days of the automobile. If you didn't know, some early land speed records were actually set on our beaches between Ormond and Daytona. So that's pretty cool history and something that we want to keep alive. But after the passing of the Endangered Species Act, the county had to apply for an incidental take permit, or an ITP, so that we could keep beach driving on our beaches. What the ITP does is it covers any sort of incidental take that might occur to an endangered species over the course of an otherwise lawful activity, which in this case is beach driving. So in order to have that ITP, we have our HCP, the Habitat Conservation Plan, which is basically, our handbook, our guidebook for what we are going to do to help minimize or mitigate any potential take that might occur on our beaches. Our primary form of mitigation under that HCP is actually the Marine Science Center, where any sort of injured seabird, shorebird, sea turtle can go for rehabilitation.
That's a very, you summed it up beautifully there. I mean,
Yes, you did.
Makes more sense now what the acronyms are. But the HCP obviously is a pretty thick document with a lot of, it kind of spells out all of the mitigation factors that we have to follow to help protect. So first off, we're getting into May 1st, and we know that that's the start of turtle season. What sort of activities are you engaged in at this point in the season?
So our program, we help manage, kind of the beach driving guidelines that we have. So in the off season, which we have a couple more days of through April 30th, our beach driving is sunrise to sunset. Come May 1st, that's going to change. We have to allow for the turtle survey groups to clear the beach. So beach driving times change for the general public, 8 a.m. or after the turtle nesting survey until 7 p.m. Or sunset. And that allows for the turtles to come up and nest on our beaches at night, kind of uninterrupted. But we work very closely with beach safety. We help set the conservation zone in our driving areas. We help, guide them with some of the traffic lanes to keep traffic managed and parking spaces and stuff like that.
So I know you said that turtle nesting season begins May 1st, but turtles don't necessarily have that date locked in their calendar books, right? We already have we've got some nests already down the beach, correct?
We do. We have 3 turtle nests already on our county managed beaches. The leatherback sea turtle is actually the first of the sea turtle species to start nesting in the state of Florida. They started nesting in February, farther south, but our first nest was March 29th, which is our earliest date on record. It beat last year's record by 3 days. So we have a leatherback nest in New Smyrna Beach, and we have have two Kemp's Ridley nests in North County. That is super cool. The Kemp's Ridley is the most endangered. It's the world's smallest of all the sea turtle species, and one of the only ones that does its nesting during the day. So we do have two of those already. Actually, I can take that back. We have a loggerhead nest yesterday. So we have 4 nests on our beaches.
When it goes to the different types of turtles that nest on our beach, could you just give me, because the leatherback's the big one, or is the loggerhead the big one? And, you know, I see turtles sometimes, but I have no clue. You know what I'm looking at?
So we typically have 3 most common nesters, and the 4th being that Kemp's Ridley. The leatherback is the largest of all the sea turtle species. It's the only one that doesn't have that hard shell on it. They are very, very long migrators, deep divers. Their food is jellyfish, so they need kind of a compressing shell that's going to help them dive really deep after their food source. The largest turtle ever recorded for a leatherback is over 2,000 pounds.
Oh, wow.
We see them here, you know, closer to the 1,000 pound mark, but very, very large. Our most common nester, 90% of our nests here in the county, are of the loggerhead sea turtle. They are about 300 pounds, 3 feet, really, really large head. That's how they get their name. And then we have the green sea turtle, who's a little bit bigger than the loggerhead, but a very, very small head in comparison. They're the vegetarian of the sea. As adults, they eat seagrass and algae. And then that Kemp's Ridley we get hopefully every year here in Volusia County, but very, very dependent.
And the Kemp's Ridley, the 2 nests that we have already, we were talking before the show, you mentioned that one of those turtles you already know is a return visitor to Volusia County.
Yeah, so Volusia is really unique in that we tend to see the same Kemp's Ridleys come back to our beaches. If we get the opportunity to, we do, not necessarily me, but some folks that are permitted to can actually tag those individuals. We're not quite sure if this female was tagged here on our beach previously, but we do know it was the same female who nested on Easter Sunday and then this past Sunday, just based on the markings of her shell and things like that.
That is very cool. And I remember last year, we kind of worked with you all a little bit, and it was big news. It was a record year, correct? Like, how many turtles did we have last year? And
last year we had 1,427 nests on our county beaches.
What's that, like an average? What was, you know, what's
average
good?
Going up to that? You know, this is going to be my 5th nesting season here with the county. The numbers have been going up and up. They've been higher than average years over the last 4 years. Average, we were somewhere around the 500 mark before these last few years. So the numbers are definitely going up.
So the HCP's working, the turtle population's growing.
Yeah.
So what do the predictions look like for this next season? Do you guys have a crystal ball? Do you kind of figure out like how many you're going to get?
Everybody always asks that question, and it's one of the most fun things that we do is we actually try to guess in our office kind of what we think the year is going to bring.
Do you guys have bets?
We do have bets. We have Prices Right rules closest without going over.
With the music too?
But the truth is we never really know. Turtles nest every 2 to 3 years, and then they lay about 4 clutches in one season. So we tend to have higher years and lower years. Last year was a really, really high year. I do expect it to come down a little bit just because of that cycle that we tend to see.
Why do they like our beach, or why is our beach a successful turtle nesting beach? I'm sure it gets super scientific. Like when I talk with Chad, and this is the first time I met you, but I know both of you have so much scientific knowledge in your brains. We're kind of scratching the surface right now because when I get offline, I just love listening to y'all talk because it's wild. But what are some of the factors that make our beach special for turtle nesting?
Well, really, the state of Florida is very, very unique. We hold the largest population of loggerhead turtle nesting for our region. So the Florida, coastline is very, very special. Turtles have been nesting in Volusia County for years. Our beach is also very unique because we have different types of sand habitats. We've got some of that, reddish shelly coquina sand, and we also have that white fine kind of harder packed sand. Some turtles like different areas and some, don't really care. Every turtle is very different, but our area is really unique in that way. So
we got some people listening out there. What's the message to the people if they see a turtle, or what can they do to help protect the turtles? Just could you give some key points there that everybody can do to help with turtle nesting?
Yeah, so we want our beaches to be, safe and enjoyable for our visitors, human and sea turtles alike. We also get a lot of really cool shorebirds that like to hang out on our beaches. So what's really important is just that we keep our beaches clean, flat, and dark. So sea turtles, they use the cues of the moon off of the water to guide themselves back into the ocean. So females can get confused by really bright lights, hatchlings can go the wrong way. So we encourage everybody to, especially living on the beachfront, to keep their blinds closed, lights pointing in the right direction, minimize the use of any sort of white light on the beach if you're out there at night. If you do run across any turtles, let that process happen naturally. We want the turtles to come up and lay their eggs, and hatchlings get to the water safely. Knock down any sandcastles that you made during the day, fill in any holes that you've dug while you've been out there on the beach, just so the turtles can come up and do what they need to do.
Very cool. We're talking with Jamie Reneker. She is the Habitat Conservation Plan Manager with the county's Environmental Management Division. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk with Chad McAfee to see how the Marine Science Center is integrated with the HCP and caring for injured sea turtles. Stay with us.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
Let's go!
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
We have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation. Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
We're back. I'm David Hunt along with Kevin Captain, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Dave. So let's move on to Chad McAfee, who I think has got probably one of the coolest jobs in the county. So you're the manager of the Marine Science Center. You got fish tanks, you got turtles, you got all kinds of cool stuff there. First, let's talk a little bit about turtles and to kind of tag on to what Jamie was saying. You do get and receive injured sea turtles with the fishing line and all sorts of stuff. Tell us about that.
Well, yep. So as part of the HCP, we provide turtle rehabilitation services, I guess you could say, for the county. So any injured or sick sea turtles that wash up on our beaches, they're brought to the Marine Science Center, and we do our best to get them back out there and be a part of the reproductive population. It's a great thing, and we enjoy it.
How long, Chad, would you say maybe is the average sort of turtle hospital stay for a turtle patient versus maybe the longest one you've had?
Anywhere from a couple months. Cold stunned sea turtles, we can usually get those out there a little bit quicker, and I think probably the longest is that we had a sea turtle for 2 years.
Wow.
Had some bacterial problems that took a lot of antibiotics to fix, and finally, and it was a Kim Shridley, and finally got that back out there. Yeah, back
when
out
you
there
go to
sleep.
release them, do you tag them to kind of see like any follow-up?
We do. We pit tag them, and also we flipper tag them. So the flipper tag is great because it gives an immediate visual identification number, and the pit tag is great. We can scan that and get some additional information from that. So some facilities satellite tag the turtles, but we do not do that here at the Marine Science Center.
Interesting.
The Marine Science Center, if you go there, it's not only a rehabilitation, it's also an education center. But I wanted to, because you can actually see there's a plexiglass wall where you can see work taking place and veterinarians or marine scientists working on turtles, which is absolutely amazing. What are some of the things that you see, the injuries you see the turtles have? Are any of them like human causes or things that we can work on, like discarded fishing line or something?
Yeah, we do see quite a few injuries from fishing line. We have one right now that was entangled in fishing line, and our veterinarian actually brought some medical leeches in to help facilitate healing.
Wow.
And like you said, the viewing window is great. That's been a great addition because the public seeing these injured sea turtles really opens up their mind on how they can help reduce human impacts on the sea turtles. And whether that's fishing line or plastics are a big problem. Plastics to some sea turtles look like jellyfish, and we've had some sea turtles where unfortunately they didn't make it, and we've done a necropsy and they're full of plastic, or when they poop out, it's full of plastic. So and also the small hatchling sea turtles that make it out to the sargassum the Sargassum Sea and the Sargassum weed. Well, that's a place where plastics collect. And the research shows that almost all of these smaller hatchling and sea turtles have some plastics in them. So it's important to really make sure that plastics get recycled or properly disposed of.
So, and we got some sargassum seaweed coming in right now. You can smell it right on the beach. And Dave, you put together a cool video and poem that it's don't panic, it's organic. But
that's right.
We do see some of the plastics and things that just naturally collect in there.
It is, and like I said, it's having the telling the stories of these sea turtles and the challenges that they go through is a great educational message for the public, and it really sinks in. So having that viewing window, and also when you come to the Marine Science Center, you can see all of the sea turtles in the pools and see them going through the rehabilitation process, and talk to staff and our great volunteers there that just doing an amazing job of educating the public.
And you do it at all levels. You got the turtle tots, you have summer camp programs. You're really educating the young people coming up as well as the parents or the grandparents who are visiting, and you're constantly improving your educational resources. Can you talk to us about some of the improvements and new educational displays or resources that you have down there at the Marine Science Center?
Yeah, we're excited. We been funded for a new raptor exhibit, and that's under construction right now. And so this new raptor exhibit's going to provide 6 new habitats for our raptor ambassadors, which are important parts of our ecosystem here in Volusia County. And so it's going to provide a new and exciting way to educate the public, not only on the importance of raptors and the role that they play, but how they can help turn their backyards into suitable habitat for all kinds of animals. And a lot of that has to do with the food chain and creating Florida-friendly landscapes that attract pollinators and attract insects, that attract birds. And then of course the raptors feed on those birds and also rats and vermin that also need to be controlled in the population. So some great things that I like are things that each homeowner or each citizen of Volusia County that they can do to help. A lot of people always say, hey, what can we do to help? Sometimes it's complex, but this exhibit's really going to give them an idea on how they can go home and help, all of the insects, birds, all of these animals that we share our backyard with, so really excited about that.
And Dave and I were there for the groundbreaking. We saw you. I think you had the biggest scoop in your shovel there. You wanted to get that exhibit going. But besides the raptor exhibit, you've got a shark exhibit. You've got a new aquarium coming. What else is?
Yeah, I see some bones and some jaws over there. Can we maybe hold those up? We do this on video on YouTube as well. Can we maybe hold those up and show the people?
So brought in a shark jaw here, and so our new shark exhibit really helps to educate the public about the importance of shark conservation and the role that sharks as apex predators play in our marine environment. For instance, whenever we see a decline in any apex predator, then we start to see an increase in their prey items. One of the animals that sharks like to feed on are cow-nosed stingrays. And so as those cow-nosed stingrays populations start to increase, cow-nosed rays like oysters and clams. So then we see a decrease in these very, very important organisms that not only filter out their water, but produce millions and millions of larvae that juvenile and larval fish depend on to reach their reproductive age. So it's, we tie all of that together, and people are fascinated by sharks, and, we want to educate the public that, sharks are an important part of the environment and nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, the display is really cool because you have small jaws. What are some of the smaller jaws you have there? What are some of the
sharp nose jaw? Also black-tip sharks and spinner sharks that are probably one of the most abundant sharks in our nearshore area right there. And we like to tell the story of how you can look at a shark's teeth and see what kind of prey that they are after. So black tips and spinners have very small, narrow teeth because their major prey item are mullet, which are small fishes.
And all the sharks that are on the exhibit, they're all local to our waters here.
Absolutely. There's probably about 25 different species of sharks that live in Florida and or migrate through Volusia County.
And you got a big aquarium coming too.
Yeah,
right?
we have an artificial reef aquarium. John Crisp was a big part of the Marine Science Center and the beginnings of the Marine Science Center, and big into artificial reefs. So we've named this new exhibit after John Crisp, retired from the county. And artificial reefs play such an important part of protecting our natural reef environment. This critical natural reef environment offshore, about 25 miles offshore of Volusia County. And so this new exhibit is going to be themed after the Lady Philomena that was sunk off of Volusia County, a steel hull ship that was confiscated by Border Patrol for smuggling cocaine, and we turned it into an artificial reef. So we're excited to really highlight that just major resource and commitment by the County of Volusia, and talk about how important it is and how visitors and the residents of Volusia County can utilize those resources and go out there and teach their kids how to fish.
Yeah, we've seen some renderings of what that's going to look like, and it's amazing. You are putting a ship with plexiglass panels in the Marine Science Center with everything correctly sized down to the right size. You're going to have the proper habitat and the same kind of fish in the tank, correct?
Yeah, it's gonna look like a steel hull ship in the middle of the Marine Science Center, and you'll be able to walk through the bow section and view it from the front, and just a lot of great educational material and videos. We're excited. We hope that's finished sometime towards the mid to end of next year. A lot of planning and building to do with that exhibit. So
that's
you're
excellent.
Giving me goosebumps. I'm excited about that.
And you also mentioned, Chad, earlier that so much of the operations that occur at the Marine Science Center is the result of the volunteers that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Are you always looking for more volunteers?
We are. I'm proud to say that at the Marine Science Center, we've worked so hard to help improve our recruitment and volunteer satisfaction, and a lot of our programs right now are full of volunteers. We're on a waiting list, but we still do have some openings in education. And last year we had close to 14,000 hours of volunteer service. Amazing. And they do critical jobs at the Marine Science Center that we can't do without. So.
And then those volunteer jobs, there's a lot of people that work in the county now who started out as volunteers. So it's a great kind of leadway into a possible career with the county as well.
That's one of the most rewarding things about working at the Marine Science Center is seeing a volunteer fall in love with the environment and rehabilitation of animals and see them make a career out of it, our help. It's very rewarding.
We're talking with Chad McPhee and Jamie Reneker with the county's Environmental Management Division. We'll take our last break and come back and wrap up Volusia Today. Stay with us.
Subscribe to the Volusia County YouTube channel.
Let's go!
There are so many great places to explore.
And things to learn.
We have countless features showcasing history, nature, wildlife, and recreation. Subscribe and hit the bell icon.
Go ahead, subscribe.
But that's not it. There's more. Subscribe and hit the bell icon and fully explore.
Score!
We're back. I'm David Hunt along with Kevin Captain, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia. That is a tongue twister every time, Kevin, I swear to you.
Thanks, Dave. So within the last couple of minutes we have left, I always like to kind of ask, what do you guys do, when you have some spare time? And Chad, I know you're out and down in the Keys, you're diving, you're doing all kinds of stuff. And then Jamie, what do you do in your spare time when you're able to get do you go to the beach, or do you
I used to go to the beach more for fun. Now it's kind of hard to go to the beach here because I feel like I'm working. So I'll go to the beach elsewhere, get some peace and quiet. But my husband and I just actually started picking up golf. So now we're golfing
Nice.
around Volusia County. So that's fun.
There's a lot of great golf
There's
courses
a
in the
lot.
county for
Yep.
sure. Yep. And Chad, any new and exciting upcoming diving trips you got going? Where because you bring fish when you do that too, and you bring it to the Marine Science Center.
Yeah,
right?
and so we just had a Florida Master Naturalist class at the Marine Science Center and environmental management. So it was great. We went out snorkeling and got to teach the students there about the importance of this our jetty environment and identify some fish and brought back some sea cucumbers, which helped clean up the bottom of our aquariums. So that was a lot of fun and looking forward here to probably about a month when the water warms up a little bit and the smaller tropical fish come in, where we can go dive and try to get some critters for the exhibit. So looking forward to that.
I think you have a big queen angel, right, in one of the tanks. Did you catch that?
No, but some of the gray and French angelfish that we actually captured as juveniles.
Wow.
And so they're probably about 8 inches long now, and we probably caught them when they were a half to 3/4 of an inch long. And so look totally different as juveniles, but they're a little bit easier to catch when they're smaller.
And that's right off of the inlet. You capture
Yeah,
those?
right off the inlet, and sometimes we go diving at night, and that's just spectacular. It's the reef and the jetty system at night is just it's amazing.
Wow, good stuff. Well, we certainly appreciate everything that you do for the Marine Science Center, and Jamie for the HCP, and thanks for explaining that. It makes a whole lot more sense now. We're acronym free. So Jamie Reneker with the HCP Program Manager with Environmental Management, and Chad McPhee, the Manager of the Marine Science Center. Thank you both for being on the show today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. With that, we'll close Volusia Today. Thanks so much for listening. For additional information for any of these programs, you can visit volusia.org. With that, we'll close Volusia Today. Take care, stay safe, and help your neighbors. Have a great today.
Never trust Adam to make up everything. I'm also wearing sun socks. These are my yellow lab. It's got me a picture of the lab that we have, but I don't like photograph. We'll see. Hi now, I was hanging out with John. Yeah. We're quite right. They're coming to get him. Those items will go quick.
All right, if everybody in the back and the front wants to find a seat, we'll get started in just a minute. Okay, we'll go ahead and start. There's 6 of us here. We're on item 5, ordinance number 2023-24, amending section 5476 by limiting the times that permitted construction activities can take place.
Good evening, Clay Erm, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Last year in August, we received direction from the County Council to look at potential conflicting ordinances that we have. Currently in Chapter 22, which is your Building and Building Regulations Code, we have prohibitions on construction commencing before 7 a.m. and after 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and before 10 a.m. on Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, and commencing past 6 o'clock on those same days. We have an exemption in Chapter 50, which is the noise ordinance, so it created an internal conflict. In order to address that, we simply took the standards that are in Chapter 22, applied them in Chapter 50 so that they are consistent. As we receive complaints, we will be able to address those. There were questions brought up about the fact that there may be construction that occurs interior to buildings. As you can see in Chapter 22, the chief building official may award on a case-by-case basis exemptions to that. So we do not see this creating a problem in regards to folks trying to do interior work, etc. What it's primarily geared towards, what we're receiving as far as complaints are large cement trucks and those types of things arriving at 4, 5 o'clock in the morning and disrupting the existing neighbors. If there's anything that staff can answer, we'll be glad to do so.
Okay, council questions for staff. Jake Johansson.
So will this prohibit early pours?
No, sir. What will happen is they will have to get clear approval from the chief building official. We'll make sure to address it with the adjacent property owners.
Got it. So the adjacent property owners at least will know that on Saturday they're going to be woken up early?
Yes, sir. That's
great.
That's the primary goal.
Good. Thanks.
Any other questions? Then for a motion, David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've moved to approve ordinance number 2023-24.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Matt Reinhardt. Open for discussion. Danny Robbins.
Never mind.
If there is no discussion, I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item 6, ordinance 2023-17, adoption hearing to update 5-year schedule of capital improvements.
Yes, sir. Florida statutes and the Community Planning Act has a requirement for us to be able to tie our capital improvement program to our concurrency system. By our own requirements, we have to adopt that by ordinance. This is not a true comprehensive plan in that it's required to go through the DEO approval process, Florida Department of Economic Opportunity approval process. This is really a formality of formalizing what y'all have previous county councils have already approved as part of our 5-year budget. We'll be doing this again next year after you approve the pending 5-year budget. It's basically to make sure our concurrency system is up to date with a approved budget. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
David Santiago.
Move to approve.
Move to
Second,
approve
Johansson.
the report as presented, and second by Jake Johansson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries 7-0. Well done, Clay. That brings us to item 7, ordinance 2023-19, small scale comprehensive plan amendment of 14.30 acres at 1350 Hamilton Avenue, Orange City.
Yes, sir. If the council will allow me, I would like to address both agenda items 7 and 8 concurrently because they are related items. Item 7 is a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map to allow for a change in the land use designation. Item 8 is a change to the official zoning regulation to implement that small scale land use amendment. The subject property is located in an area where we have currently urban low intensity, which allows up to 4 units per acre with an existing R4 zoning. Property owner has a total of 14.3 acres. They would like to utilize this for more rural type of uses. Specifically, the owners would like to have a horse. And so they were talking with staff about what is allowed in the R4 zoning as opposed to some of the more agricultural zonings. We identified the fact that within the R4, keeping of farm animals is not allowed. So they sought relief by down land using, down zoning the property. This will allow them to go forward afterwards and utilize the property for more rural and agricultural uses. As was referenced in the staff report, there are some existing code enforcement issues in regards to some excavations and impact on wetlands. This should be, those will be resolved separately. Just want to make sure everybody has that on the record so it's clear. It's coming to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission on both the land use and the rezoning. The land use amendment, item 7, is a quasi-judicial, so ex parte is not required. However, item 8 is a rezoning, so ex parte communication is required. Disclosure of ex parte communication is required. If there's any questions, we're available to answer.
We need to vote on each separately, so I'll do ex parte on item 8.
And the property owners are here.
Very good. I didn't see them.
Yeah, they must have left.
Well, is there, let's start off with questions for Clay. Does anyone have, I see 3 names up. Are these for questions or for to move ahead?
Move ahead.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
Not often do we see something that reduces the land use, so make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, second by Danny Robbins, and for discussion, Jake Johansson.
Question, actually.
Okay.
I missed it. Clay, one of the people during the PLDRC in opposition said she didn't like dirt bikes. Was she talked to afterwards or told that dirt bikes are already authorized and they'll continue to be authorized, or?
We've made it clear in regards to what we can do with motocross tracks if they're not being utilized for a commercial activity and it's done by the property owner as part of their own ownership of the property, it's well within their rights.
Got it. And she didn't like it, but accepted. Got it. Okay, thanks.
David Santiago.
I got to follow up on that because I didn't read that part. So did that individual member vote against it?
No, that was a complaint of an adjacent property owner.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. I thought you said a member of the PLDRC.
No, at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, when they held the public hearing, there was an adjacent neighbor who was complaining about the fact that the owners of the property were utilizing it for motocross.
Okay, no, thank you.
But it was their own family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions? We have a motion on the table for item 7 to approve. Motion by Matt Reinhardt, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which brings us to item 8, which is the quasi-judicial hearing. Part of this this change. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare?
No.
I do. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been out to the property. I know the Heralds.
Okay. All right. Clay's already spoken to this. Any other questions for staff, or is there a motion to approve or deny? David Santiago.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
Second it.
David Santiago moves to approve, second by Don Dempsey, and we do have a member of the public who wants to speak. Did you have a remark? Okay. Then I will call on Jack, is it Cooper?
Was he here earlier? The older gentleman with the
I don't know.
Vietnam hat?
I was just handed this, so I was assuming he was here.
He may have left before our break.
Okay. And he was not the owner, correct?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, he was called. He's not here. If there's no other discussion, all in favor of the rezoning, downzoning? I agree with you. It's not often we get to do this. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 on item 8. Item 9, renewal of property insurance through Brown & Brown of Florida, Inc. And Dana is doing that one. Dana Page Pender.
Good evening, Dana Page Pender, Human Resources. And with me this evening are Charles Spencer, our risk manager, and Justin Anselmo from Brown & Brown Insurance, who is our insurance broker of record. And we're here requesting renewal of our property insurance policies. These policies are with various insurance carriers as outlined in the agenda item. And with the storms that we faced last year, these renewals were a little bit challenging, as they were for other counties across the state. We did see some decreases in coverage as well as increases in premiums. And at this time, we're here if you have any questions.
Matt Reinhardt has a question.
Thank you, Chair. So this is something we're normally seeing. I know that when we had the agenda meeting with Mr. Rectomal, the question was brought up that we're seeing an increase in premium, but a decrease in coverage. And that seems to be not just with us, it's everybody, homeowners, and it was just quite a jump. And when we talk about getting a little fearful of the money, that was set, but I do understand it. I mean, seeing what's happening. So that is the norm we're seeing there.
Yes, sir. I'm Charles Spencer, risk manager. Yes, sir, that is correct. I personally contacted various counties from South Florida all the way up through the Panhandle and also in Central Florida. And they're all seeing between 60 to 80% increases on average for the premium, and they're also seeing significant reductions as well in the coverages provided.
Especially in light of the storms?
That is correct. That's part of what's driving that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by, where are you, David Santiago. No other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Although it is a bitter pill, everything going up. Yep, thank you. Okay, public protection budget, item 10, and service level presentation. Mark Swanson.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members and staff. Mark Swanson, Public Protection Director, here to talk to you about item number 10 today, the Public Protection Service Model Update, Budget Update. So I'll start off by speaking on the administrative side of the presentation. Maybe. Okay, so public protection has 4 divisions: animal services, beach safety, corrections, and the medical examiner. And the numbers you see on there, the amount of full-time equivalents or FTEs for each division, totaling almost 500 persons in public protection divisions. The next slide is our pie chart by budget by fund. You can see the majority of our chart is general fund. We do have some Port Authority funds. Both of those positions are used as the person that's in the parks for animal services in the New Smyrna Dunes and the Lighthouse Point parks. So that is covered under the Port Authority. Animal services, the municipal service district, so that's represented there. The inmate welfare fund, the opioid direct settlement funds is the part that we control. We actually utilize that fund to fund 2 mental health positions in corrections. And then, of course, the beach enforcement fund is money that we get through forfeitures. We've spent a great deal of that money over the years, but the remaining balance in that is $1,391. And this is the same slide that Jim Judge, the Emergency Services Director, presented in his budget presentation. Reflects all 8 of the divisions before the departments were split. So this will be reflective for this year's budget, and next year's budget will actually be split in half. So the summary of our operations, Public Protection Administration, we manage 3 divisions: Animal Services, Beach Safety, and Corrections, and then we manage the Medical Director's contract. We have an internal affairs position. Captain Dave Vanis does all of our background checks for all the divisions, and he also does internal affairs investigations for the divisions as needed. The administration of department-wide functions, we have a program called Telestaff that we administer that, and we manage that. It's the scheduling software that all the divisions use for scheduling their employees to work. Of course, we have some grants in there. We have a CISM grant through the COPS, Community-Oriented Policing Services grant that we manage for CISM. And of course, we respond to emergencies and FEMA events as needed. And of course, we do performance measures as well. We look at those quarterly. So every division turns in their performance measures every quarter, and we go through them as a group, as a department, and we review everybody's performance measures. We truly believe that anything you do, you need to measure it, because if you don't measure it, you don't know if it's working or not. So we continually do that throughout the year. We have some software licenses that we manage, and this slide here is actually showing for both emergency services and public protection, and that will actually be split too when all the charges are split. Vehicle replacement, we have some vehicles in our departments that are for administrative staff, and that's our fuel and maintenance costs. Professional development training, $15,000. We use that to send to different type conferences and things like that that we discover that we need to go to. Advanced CISM training and CVSA training. I talked about the CISM training, but we got a COPS COPS grant that we utilized to bring in about 100 more employee members to the CISM team. So CISM is critical incident stress management, and we utilize that for critical incidents that our employees face and may need some diffusing or some counseling. So we have people that are designated on that team that respond to those types of incidents and help our employees out. You know, we care about the mental and psychological and physical well-being of our employees, so we want to make sure that we can always help them with that. Some liability and property insurance, CVSA training, that's an acronym for computerized voice stress analysis. When we hire people, that's a type of testing that we do when we hire people in certain positions to make sure that, that they're fit for the position. And then the remaining budget across 18 budget codes, object codes, is $40,486. And now I'll go ahead and turn it over to our medical examiner, Dr. James Fulcher, who will walk you through the medical examiner's budget.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me, Council. I appreciate it. The mouse is here. Very good. The first slide is the only picture in my presentation, but it shows the new office. This is something I hope everyone's very proud of. This is an incredible building. It's really a showplace. We did a national conference at the Shores, and we've had people ask for the architectural plans from multiple countries. So this is a really state-of-the-art building, and it's exactly what this county's needed for a long time. So I am very grateful for this facility. Essentially, you have a contract with me. I indemnify the county, so I handle everything essentially but the capital equipment. So you own the building, but I have all the employees, I have all the trucks, I have all the lab testing. The total operating cost is 2.9. The capital outlay, which you guys do for like saws and equipment in the morgue, is 4,000, and that total is the 2.937. We have 0 FTEs. The contract for me pays for 14 employees right now. Most of that contract goes to payroll. which you'll see in just a second. The new building should be complete by the end of the year, and I would encourage people to go by and check it out. It's really wonderful. I should say I am asking for a 5% increase on the contract, and I'll tell you exactly why I need that in just 1 second. So I'm happy to report we're actually making more money than we used to. We increased our autopsy evaluation, I'm sorry, not autopsy, our cremation fee. Each county services a fee that the funeral home pays, and then of course the family pays. And basically, when you're cremated, we have to sign off on it to make sure the body isn't destroyed and there's no evidence of foul play. So it's subtle things like falls in the elderly, sometimes delayed homicides where some people might get injured and die unexpectedly, and the physician in the hospital forgets to check that, by the way, the reason they were quadriplegic was because they were shot 10 years ago. That's something we obviously need to investigate. So it's a very valuable thing. I'm very happy to report that we evaluate a large number of the people that die in the county just because so many people get cremated. So we lay eyes on a lot of those people, or at least look at records. So that's where most of the $361,000 comes from. The inmate autopsies are pretty rare. We do 3 or 4 a year. But the exciting thing about the new building is we have a built-in tissue recovery suite. And I'm very, very, very confident this number is going to increase next year. So we'll bring in more money as more tissue is recovered from decedents. And that's tissue where the family consents to it and someone donates skin, corneas, long bones, stuff so people can have better quality of life. Pediatric heart valves would be a good example. They'll be able to do all that in our building now, 24/7, whereas now it has to be, in the old building, it has to be taken away to a hospital. And they're on a very strict time limit on this donation. So I'm really hoping our donation numbers are going to increase significantly. And we can charge for that, obviously. So the contract's 2.8. These are the other things you spend money on. 2.2 of the contract is payroll and benefits. We have the 14 employees, 3 physicians, and then investigators and also autopsy techs. The role of my office is to determine cause and manner of death and do an investigation to find out cause and manner, basically. Our jurisdiction is very tightly defined in Florida Code 406 and the Administrative Code 11G. We take jurisdiction over decedents that die in a case that's unnatural, unexpected. Homicides, suicides, accidents, stuff like that. We also take jurisdiction on cases of people that don't have a Florida licensed physician. So if you're a tourist in this area and you unexpectedly die, I have to certify your death and do an evaluation because there is no Florida physician to certify the death, if that makes sense. And then, of course, we do the cremation examinations that I was just telling you about. I provide all admin services. I provide all professional services. I provide all insurance, and I also pay all the laboratory fees out of this budget. We spend about $200,000 a year on toxicology testing, about $150,000 a year on transport of decedents, and then the rest goes to other things, and of course the largest portion is payroll. The new facility is going to allow us to get name accredited. It's something we're very proud of, something we're very interested in doing, and we're working very, very hard to do that. I think for practical purposes, we are functioning as if we're accredited now. We just don't have the physical plant that'll pass spec. But when we move, we will. All right, so the recruitment of forensic pathologists is going to be one of the big challenges this county and the nation faces for the next decade. Essentially, I'll just tell you, if you look at what the National Institute of Justice says, they say we need about 1,200 forensic pathologists. Currently, there's only 500 practicing in the country. So we're missing over half of our workforce. As you can imagine, that makes it challenging to hire. That's something we're going to work on. I'm continuing to look and continuing to do outreach to try to find people. The support staff is why I'm asking for the 5%. Essentially, my medical legal death investigators are first responders. They're 24/7 call. They're going to scenes. They're walking into these families, the tragedies really, And right now, I'm not running them shift work. They're running on a call schedule where they basically work a day and then they have a overnight period where they take call. And on a bad call night, they could be up 36 to 48 hours, basically, because it goes over into the next day. So it's a very strenuous schedule, and I've been wanting to move away for it for a while, and I think this is the right time to do it because I'm starting to see a bit of burnout. And I've trained these people well. They're all nationally certified. They've done everything I've asked them to do as far as certification. So it would improve their quality of life significantly and improve the quality of death investigation in the county if we could go to that model. And the $140,000, which is 5%, will pay for those two positions, no problem. And that is it. Questions for me?
You do have some questions, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. The building, I have to say, I had the opportunity to see it. I was very impressed with the new structure, even though it's not quite there yet, but we're getting there.
We are.
And one of the things I thought was the best was security for that building. Being at the correctional facility, I have to say, I was out there 30-some years of the medical examiner's office there. I never once stepped foot in it. So this time I had the opportunity to see both. But I was really impressed with the fact that it's tucked away security-wise. That's not something, we saw it when certain events would happen, and we talked about that, where high-profile deaths would occur, and the media is right there with a camera. That's not something the families want to see either. So I commend the fact that we found a better location for it. So you're saying we're not accredited in any way right now?
Correct.
Okay.
It's not a requirement. We are functioning as if we're accredited. If you look at what keeps offices from being accredited, it is pathologists doing too many autopsies. So you have to have enough, you have to have an appropriate amount of autopsies per pathologist. One pathologist is not allowed to do 800 autopsies a year.
Okay.
The national number is about 325. Right now we're in the 200s, so we're doing well. The other thing is turnaround time. National averages for turnaround time, and you've probably heard me, I love to brag about our turnaround time. National averages are probably in the 45 to 60 day range. Our average is about 18 to 19 days. So we're getting the work done well, and my people are doing a great job, but the new building's just going to make that better.
And it is, there are more locations for them to operate that. I saw where you currently, your building has, what is it?
Three stations.
3 stations, you're going to 8 or 9?
We're going to 8. We're also doing a big increase for cold storage for mass disaster situations. So we're going to be prepared for something if something bad was to come up.
Is part of that accreditation process also, and I'm getting a little in the weeds, so I apologize, the tissue collection part, does that assist
so
us
that's
in that
going to
endeavor?
help, absolutely. We are obligated by state law to work with a tissue donation and an organ donation group. We are.
And, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, what we have now is those people have to come in and work around us. They don't have their own space. And as you can imagine, that is less than ideal because when we're doing an autopsy, nothing is sterile. And when they're doing tissue recovery, everything is sterile.
Absolutely.
So we don't operate like an operating room at all.
2 more quick questions. Cremation fee, is that in line with what other counties are charging?
We looked, and that's right in line. We're not the highest, we're not the lowest, we're right in the median.
In the median?
We were charging, I think it was 20 or 25, and it just wasn't a good representation of the physician time that it took to evaluate these things. So I think that's very fair and in line with what other people charge. Yes, sir.
Okay. And lastly, Doctor, the how you talked about those bag call days and the request for the 2 additional staff. How often do those bag call days occur now on an average?
At least 2 to 3 times a week.
2 to 3 times a week?
Yeah, when my people are on call, they don't sleep. It's tough.
Okay. All right. And they still have to travel from one location to the other.
Yeah, and I worry about, obviously, them driving around. I mean, they're first responders, and I don't, to my knowledge, we don't ask any other first responders to work that type of shift. I mean, and some days they might not get called that much, but most of the time it's pretty bad.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Denny Robbins.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Reinhardt kind of tapped on it a little bit. $50 cremation fee. How do we get 50? We actually, a family went through a death in the last 2 years. It was like $700-800. Is there a difference that we make up And that was without any,
Are you talking about what the fee goes to pay for?
yeah, like what all goes into that $50
Sure.
thing there?
So if someone dies, a death certificate, if they want to be cremated, a death certificate comes through my office. We input that into a database, and I look at the death certificate. And then on that point, I decide, can I stamp this as okay? Which happens sometimes, but oftentimes I have to go pull medical records. So then I read through pages of medical records to evaluate, is this appropriate to be cremated? And essentially the idea is the state never wants to cremate a body that might have evidentiary value in a civil or criminal case. You just can't do that. Same thing with burial at sea.
I misunderstood. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Yeah.
No.
It's my
I
evaluation.
thought we were going through the whole kit and caboodle. I was like,
Oh, no,
$50
I'm
is
sorry.
cheap.
No. We do not cremate at my facility. No,
I didn't know if we did that for like indigent, or.
So we have indigent contracts, and they do have indigent cremation, but we do not do that on the county.
Okay.
No.
Understood.
So this is me giving them permission to cremate as the medical examiner.
And moving on, the state inmate autopsies. I saw that there was a price.
It's 2000 and something. Hold on, go back. 20 something. 2319.
Now, hear me out. You'll see where I'm going.
Okay.
The state, we've been holding state sentence inmates.
Uh-huh.
Is there any way we can recoup a little bit more from the state on these?
We can ask, although.
Since we have to eat the bill.
Well, we're not eating the bill.
No,
they're paying it.
Since we have to eat the bill on holding the state inmates.
I can ask. I will tell you that number isn't that high. It's only about 3 or 4 a year. So it's not that much. It's less than you'd think, unfortunately. A lot of them get sent out to other areas or other hospitals, so they don't actually die in that facility. Keep in mind, I only have jurisdiction if the person dies in this county.
Okay. I was.
No. Well, I promise you the tissue recovery is going to go up, though, for revenue. The tissue recovery people are going, or groups are going from a less than ideal situation to pretty much, and I don't say this lightly, the gold standard for recovery. They have their own suite, their own space, their own tools. They clean it. I don't get it dirty. They have it, and they have their own access. And when you donate tissue, there's a time crunch. There's a time limit. If you're in a wreck and you want to donate your long bones or skin, they have a certain amount of time to donate. And they can come do it 24/7 now. And that's also one of the reasons to go to shift work, because I can have staff around to assist move bodies also. So I think that number is going to go up a lot.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, you said you had a shortage in forensic pathologists, and
Correct.
They're doctors, right?
Right, they are.
When I did the tour, we kind of chatted, and you know, as I left, I was thinking, is there any possibility of having lab people, like forensic lab workers, that can do some of that work, so
Right.
your shortage of doctors can do the stuff they have to do?
Yeah, that is. Go ahead.
No. So is there some way we can help you with that, or is that something you're thinking of doing, or?
I appreciate the idea. State law requires in the 11G that I remove the organs that's the cause of death. So state law forbids people other than physicians from doing this. To be a medical examiner, you either need to be a resident, a fellow, which are physicians in training, an MD, or a DO. They do not allow nurse practitioners or physician's assistants to do autopsies for medical legal purposes.
Yeah, but how about some of the paperwork or investigative work
Oh,
and
sure.
stuff behind that?
It's really not that. We've got the paperwork streamlined very nicely. So it's really just the physical doing of the autopsy. That's the challenge that we're going to run into. We usually do about 800 cases a year, give or take, and it's going down a little bit. But the challenge is, if the limit is 325 autopsies per doctor, I need 3, not 2.
Right.
So that's the challenge.
Thank you.
But the paperwork is very good. The database you bought me is amazing. Nothing but compliments on the database. Thank you.
Just a quick arithmetic question first.
Yes.
On slide 1011, I think that is.
This is
contracts with Dr. Fulcher, $2,834,000 $2,803. And then over on 10.9, it says operating expenses.
Right.
293.
So that's the additional is these numbers below when you add in the utilities, the software licenses, the maintenance equipment. So the county by law must operate the building. I think there was a case a long time ago where the medical examiner actually owned the building too, and then he left, and then there was a big problem because the county morgue went away. So all the utilities on the building, the software license for the case management system, the maintenance of equipment, and the rest of that, the 34, is other licenses and maintenance on the building and whatnot. So that's the difference. If you add all these numbers up, it equals the total expenditure.
Okay.
The 2.8, and I will say there is one thing that's a little confusing. The decedent transport got moved into my budget. So this is actually me now. So that 2.8 includes the 150 for the decedent transport. And that's between a crime scene or a death scene in my office.
Okay, and the 5% increase is going to be on the operating expenses?
No, the 5% is just going to be on my contract.
Okay.
It's the 2.8. It's 141.
Okay.
And that will be split between the two positions and allow me to go to shift work.
Okay. This is one of those things that most of us never think about until you need it. Law enforcement thinks about it all the time because you are critically important to solving cases.
Sure.
And if you can't do it right, it doesn't happen. It sounds like Mr. Johansson took a tour of the facility. I also had the same opportunity. Maybe everybody else did. It's impressive. You know, we have got as much life as we can get out of the place that you're working in now. And the new facility, I mean, everything that you could possibly think of. So I'm glad that we have it. I think it's going to benefit our county. Tell me how being name accredited is a benefit to the general public.
So name accreditation is a stamp of approval that an outside entity has done an evaluation of your practices, your physical plant, and your investigative ability, your autopsy ability, basically. So the last office I was at was name accredited, and that insignia would appear on every autopsy report. And when things go to trial and I'm testifying, it would be really nice to say our office is accredited. You know, I'm board certified, so professionally, I'm capable of doing the work, however, and representing the case in court. But it's very nice to be able to say, and it's a mark of distinction, really, that you should be accredited. It's odd to even think that an entity like a medical examiner isn't accredited, but there are quite a few non-accredited offices in the country. And the reason being is there's just not enough pathologists for adequate staffing. And, of course, the older buildings and stuff like that, too. So, yeah, it's a mark of distinction. It's going to help with recruitment, and it's going to help with testimony. Yeah, oh, absolutely, with recruitment.
That's what I wanted, because somebody had already pointed out that there's 500 doctors that do what you do.
Yeah.
In the United, there's 50 states. There's 67 counties in Florida. I don't know how many counties in every other state, but that's not many doctors for the entire U.S. And I'm assuming that shortage also applies to the people that work for you. I've met some of your staff. They're pretty impressive. And you also have a limited pool of them to recruit from.
To a degree, yeah. So I'm very lucky to be teaching at the UF Master's Program in Forensic Medicine. So I've been able to use that teaching connection, that education connection, to hire people directly out of that program. I'm a professor for 3 classes there. So that's been very good. So a lot of offices are having a struggle recruiting investigators and autopsy techs, but I've been very blessed to be in that program and be able to recruit with that educational background. And these are people that I've already done evaluations on as an educator, so I know them very well. So that's been great.
Good. Well, we're glad you're here. You've got a state-of-the-art facility, so we'll look forward to seeing you retire from here. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Fulcher, I appreciate you sharing that last piece as well about where you teach, and it really gives you a pipeline.
Oh, it does, absolutely.
To great employees. And that is hugely impactful. And it's a feather in this county's hat. And I applaud you for doing that and also for choosing Volusia County, because before many of us were elected, you know, there was a black eye with Volusia County with the medical examiner's office.
Right.
And, you know, I applaud the prior council who made the decision to make sure that your new facility was state of the art.
Mm-hmm.
And as you mentioned, you know, other countries are asking for the blueprint plans.
Yeah.
And, you know, the best form of flattery is when somebody
wants to
copies what
copy.
you're doing.
Absolutely.
You know? And that is yet another feather in the cap. So we've gone from having a black eye in Volusia County with the medical examiner's office to being held and going to be held in the highest regard, especially after we get the accreditation, which from what I heard, everything's on board with the accreditation except for the facility.
And unfortunately, I'm going to lose a doctor at the end of the year, so I have to hire a doctor. But once I do that, I'll be good.
Okay.
So we're close.
Okay.
And I'm advertising actively.
Well, you know, there was a movie in the late '80s, and in it there was a line: you got to have the tools, and you got to have the talent.
Right.
And we're giving you the tools.
Right. We're going to get the talent.
And you have the talent, and you're going to get it. By the way, anybody that wants to know, the movie was Ghostbusters right before they toasted the marshmallow man.
Very good.
Right beforehand.
Very
You can go
good.
back and check it out. But he says, right after they toast the marshmallow man, we've got the tools, we got the talent. And just to bring a little light moment here for that. But back to the serious note, thank you for not only taking your role so seriously, but for choosing Volusia County.
Thank you.
I hope after this is approved tonight, you see that this council does nothing but supports what you're doing in our community.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Should point out, just as an aside, that you mentioned education. The new building will have a educational area, so the building is optimized for education. And if the public's wondering who does this, it's EMS, it's law enforcement, it's nursing students, it's just anyone that has a medical, an interest in medicine or science. And we're really leveraging the fascination with forensic science to improve that type of education.
So just a quick final question. You said you have to hire a new doctor. Is that coming out of that pool of 500?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, hope you find somebody good. And I think the facility is going to help.
The facility
And
has
what's
helped.
happening.
Everyone that has asked has gotten a tour of it, even incomplete. I take them there almost immediately.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very
Chairman,
much.
just
Yes, sir.
Dr. Fulcher, I'll see you at 3:30 at the facility tomorrow.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Not for an autopsy.
Good evening, Alicia Deese. I am the field supervisor of animal services, but I am currently acting as the director just to help relieve in a time of the new director being hired. Today I am going to present to you our animal service organizational chart, which discusses with you in regards to us having 19 full-time equivalent positions. That includes 2 veterinarians, 4 admin staff members, and 6 animal control officers, a field supervisor, director, and some intermittent vet techs. Moving on into our budget, we have a total budget of just over $3 million. The personal services, operating expenses, capital improvement, and capital outlay and grant and aids is what compresses all of that money into it. One of the things that I'm really excited to see is that in the near future, we are going to be breaking grounds on building the repairs to our overhang that covers our mobile bus unit that will also hold the new washer and dryer so that we can keep up with our laundry for the amount of services that we provide for spay-neuter services. The next thing we are going to discuss is the animal services revenue funding resources. We have an adopted revenue of $196,000. Charges for services is at $170,000. $871. Spay-neuter services, training fees, hobby breeder licenses, dangerous dogs, and animal control agreements through the city of Edgewater and the city of Oak Hill, where they actually pay us to provide them services. Animal control officers respond to Oak Hill for a daily basis and emergencies. And then in the city of Edgewater, we respond after hours or as needed throughout the day should they fall short with their staff coverages. We also have restitution cases. So that's basically where a judge actually orders that a defendant who has been found guilty has to pay us for costs that has been charged to our department. And then animal control licensure. We are setting goals that it will be $17,800 based on the amount of animals that we have provided licenses to for the spay and neuter services that we provided in the years prior. And then on an average, we receive about $3,000 in donations. Moving forward, I would like to discuss with you the Animal Services Summary of Operations. We provide public safety and health for people and pets. We proactively enforce county ordinances and state statutes relating to animals and ensure that our pets are identified through microchipping and animal licensure. I would like to give you a fun fact of in 21-22's budget year, we actually provided animals an opportunity to return home by way of microchips and licensure by returning 151 animals. And fun additional fact is the Humane Society was only able to return to owners 115. So our county ACOs are kicking butt out there, getting those animals back to their homes prior to getting into the shelter. That making it a total of 266 animals that were reunited with their owners. We also provide proactive community engagement for pet owners in Volusia County. Some of the ways that we do this is by speaking at the community groups or at the schools, but we also provide community events to provide free pet food, free microchipping, especially during times of financial hardship. We currently have on June 3rd, I invite everybody to come out to the EOC where we are collaborating with the Emergency Operations Center to help educate the public in regards to disaster shelter awareness so that they can be better prepared and understand what to expect in a shelter so that they know to use a shelter as a last resort. Animal Services summaries continue with keep pets out of shelters and reduce pet overpopulation. Again, I talked to you about the TNR and keeping them out of the licensure and the microchips and keeping them out of shelters, but let's talk about TNR surgeries. The best way to keep animals out of shelters is to spay and neuter them, right? So in 21-22, we actually TNR'd 1,697 cats. That is a large sum of cats that we prevented from actually going into the shelter and either meeting their maker or costing us $80+ to $110 for housing services. We also provided 153 high-need surgeries. So in this circumstance, we actually offer assistance to citizens who are indigent or very poor in their financial status, and they're unable to even pay our low-cost spay-neuter services. So we have moved to an opportunity so that we can provide a low-cost or no-cost fee to them. And we also have cruelty case examinations. So our animal control officers no longer have to take them into the Humane Society and use the Humane Society doctors to examine them and them cost us additional money. We actually use our veterinarians in-house. They provide the exams as well as their forensic reviews and reports so that they can actually be subpoenaed to court rather than us having to pay for an outside veterinarian. We also have indirect costs of $180,000, commission fees and costs of $162,000, medical surgery supplies of $187,000, medicine at $162,000, and fuel costs of $73,400, and then vehicle replacement fund of $70,000. Our remaining budget across the 34 object codes is 29.8%, or $354,000 of the total. This is just a prime example of the great work that we do at Volusia County Animal Services. This animal here, his name is Scout. He came to us by way of a complaint. We ended up getting the owner to surrender Scout, and with our great veterinary team and our fosters, we were able to get him into a happy home. And a great thing that we're expecting to have good results with is Scout's owner is currently pending 5 felony animal cruelty charges, and his trial date is set for May 30th. So we should have some results for Scout and his future in the very near days. Animal Services' future challenges is that, much like the medical examiner, is meeting the increased service levels and the staffing and recruitment. Do you have any questions of me?
We do. Troy Kent.
Just a couple of brief things. So, you know, a picture speaking 1,000 words, that picture of Scout, you know, I'm so pleased to hear that the Scout's doing better and with a loving family. The other thing is the chip and the reunification with the families. I mean, that's wonderful. And I know there are a lot of happy Volusia County residents to be reunited with their lost pets. My question is, Edgewater and Oak Hill, what do they pay the county? What's their fee?
If you give me a moment, I actually have this coming year's budget. Let me look.
Sure,
And I can
yeah,
give you
yeah.
that. So it's by the hour. Bear with me. This is not what I was planning to answer.
It's okay. Take your time.
I could get that back to you. I apologize. I don't have that answer for you.
Alrighty.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. I've been to your facility we have a feral cat problem where I live. And so we took 5 cats there, and I was amazed at how slammed you are and how well organized and how you move people through. And it was pretty impressive what you're dealing with there with the staff that you have. So thank you.
Thank you. We strive to provide greatness, specifically on Tuesdays. We offer TNR surgeries, and I think our highest number currently has been 60 cats in one day.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Andy Etheridge, Director of Beef Safety. I go through the beef safety budget pretty quickly for you here. I'll try and keep it brief. So a quick look at our organizational chart. As you see here on the left side, we have our administrative functions, which includes our training, our accreditation, our investigative services, our evidence, and PR and recruitment. On our right side, you'll see our operating function, and that includes everybody that is involved with the day-to-day response and functions on the stand itself, responding to any calls for service. Beef Safety currently has 116.11 full-time equivalent positions. Those are comprised of 302 part-time seasonal positions and 75 full-time positions. Currently, our largest expense, obviously, is our personnel services, $8,786,000. Our operating expenses are coming in around 1.795. Capital improvements are $675,000, which includes a $300,000 carryover from 21-22 fiscal year for our Sunsplash Park Control Tower, which we're looking forward to having come online, hopefully this year at some point. Capital outlay is $214,000, and that includes things like our ATVs. Well, we were going to install automatic license plate readers. Those are being put on hold, and our Axon equipment is also being evaluated at this time. Our reserves from our Beach Enforcement Trust Fund, just under $1,400. So our total budget, $11,472,729. Once again, 116.11 full-time equivalent positions. Of course, we get our money from the general fund. So some of our revenue and funding sources for 22-23 from beach fines, jet ski registrations, solicitor permits, and obviously our junior lifeguard program, which last year accounted for 2/3 of our revenue. Special event permits and chargebacks for labor, which is required for some of our special events. A brief summary of our operations. Beach safety is responsible for anything and everything that happens on the sand. Currently, we cover all 47 miles of beach, handling all law enforcement, emergency medical response, and lifeguard ocean rescue services. Some of our operating expenses broken down. Some of the more costly things for us are vehicle maintenance and replacement for our patrol units at $330,000. Our property and liability insurance at $239,000, tools and implements, fuel, software licenses, which includes our body-worn cameras, fingerprint scanners, and some of our training platforms. Obviously, some of these things are going to change, and we will realize some savings there. The remaining of our operating expenses are across 35 object codes for $648,000. That includes things like contracted services, training, utilities, maintenance of equipment, and clothing and uniforms. Some of our future challenges are to attract and maintain capable and professional workforce. Obviously, we're seeing a higher demand for services resulting from our population increases, and almost every weekend is seeing a different special event on the beach. We're prioritizing technological advancements to try and improve our efficiency and effectiveness, and obviously we have some challenges that are looming that we will have to approach as we go along and we get our feet back under us and realize the direction of our new mission. So that's about the brief version of that, and I'm available for any questions. Okay.
Couple questions. I think you answered, you might not be able to answer them in detail. You're right, the report you just gave us is the current state of the county.
That is current.
Where
Correct.
you still have law enforcement.
22-23 adopted budget.
Right. Right now, you have law enforcement responsibility. That'll change when if the governor signs the bill.
That is correct. We are under the understanding that the bill has been presented to him, so it is imminent.
So on slide 1032, you alluded to this, there'll be some savings in body-worn cameras, all that kind of stuff. What will happen with the firearms and ammunition?
Well, all of that stuff is being evaluated. Obviously, we have some needs with our corrections department, so any current county needs, we will fill those first, and then anything else will be transferred over to the sheriff's office.
If it's transferred over to the sheriff's office, will there be a savings realized from the sheriff's office? Or does he just get it?
Well, there'll be a realized savings, and we'll look at that within his budget, so.
Okay. You also, on personnel services, obviously the highest number, wage increases, retirement, law enforcement. When do you expect to see those numbers? During the budget season?
See them
increase. It says increases for every one of them. When do you expect to have those numbers?
Well, that was expected for next year. So we're, as our contract negotiations go through, that will determine what our wages and what our increases will be. Currently, we're looking at the realization that we're going to see significant savings in that moving forward.
Okay. I think you have somebody coming up behind you.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. You have, on all of these presentations, throughout the presentations, we've been noting that there is going to be increases to retirement and health insurance, as well as any wage adjustment that Council were to approve. So this is more of a standard statement. We are actively working on the budget to figure out how much these cost increases will be across all the funds, and shortly we'll be seeing that in the 5-year forecasts that get presented in June.
Thank you. Just in parting, Director, before you go, and we have other council members that have questions for it. You have just brought your core through a very difficult time. Change is hard. Nobody knows exactly what it's going to look like. You've done an exceptional job of holding good people together and giving them hope, showing them a future. I appreciate the work that the county manager and staff have done. I just told Dr. Fulcher that I expect him to retire here. I hope the same is for you. And I want to let you know that today I had a conversation with a former lifeguard who has a business on the beach, and he said something that a lot of us already know, is that you're the best he's ever seen down there.
That's very humbling. I appreciate
Point
that.
blank.
Thank you.
And I saw some of the best. I worked with Tom Rennick, with Bob Wheeler, Ray Hutton, old timers. We've had really good people, but you're exceptional. Your attitude, your personality, the way that you care about your people. We have to build this lifeguard corps back up, and you're the man to do it. And I hope, I just want to let you know that people realize that you're the man to do it. I think we're going to have to, we need to bring pay up for lifeguards, EMTs, paramedics. It'll be a world-class corps just like it always has been. So I hope I'm here to go to your retirement party.
I hope I'm here too. Thank you for that. I'm only as good as my team, and I have world-class people with me along through this. It has not been easy by any means. Many sleepless nights. My staff has been through a roller coaster. So we've had tremendous support from all of you and from the county manager's office and on down. So we appreciate the support. We have nothing but courage and hope for the future, and we're looking forward to what we're going to do with this new mission. The ones who left had their reasons. Some of them had to make some very tough decisions, as did the ones who stayed. They gave up a piece of their identity. None of those decisions were made lightly. So I appreciate the tact and the professionalism that they all showed through all of this. And it's still ongoing. There's still going to be some healing that needs to go on, but we've gotten a lot of support, and I appreciate all of it. And I do look forward to what we can bring back to you with our current and future plans. So we're making some good headway. We've got some encouraging things on the horizon. So we're looking forward to what we have coming.
Good. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief Etheridge, I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit on fines.
Okay.
So is my memory right that fines right now for open container on the beach is $50?
Correct.
What are your thoughts on increasing that to really making it to where it's something that is more of a deterrent for people that are doing that?
Well, I'll tell you through my experience with law enforcement, because we dealt with these things as far as traffic moving violations, and there were some studies that were done that showed that the more you increase a fine, the less likely an officer is to write a fine on somebody. They realize that there's a human side to it. So you can make a fine whatever you want to make it, but there is a threshold to where an officer will not write that fine on people anymore because they just don't feel right doing it.
What percentage does the county get to keep of that fine?
I don't know that information.
Mr. Dyer, do you know that? Because I know I
believe it's the full amount.
now, but that will change in the future, possibly. So that's one of the things we will have to work through with the sheriff's office.
Right. Just something I've been thinking about, as far as looking at those fines and what they are. And I'm not advocating for, to hammer people, but at the same time, there's a cost associated with doing business. And, if our fines haven't been touched in 10, 15, 20 years, something we should probably just have a good conversation about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll echo what the chair just said. You're by far the best we've had. So when we went through this process and the arguments happened and the conversations occurred, and who would I be not to stand behind public protection? I worked with them for 30 plus years. So I commend you for your leadership. And I'm actually excited to see this new venture, how it's going to go under your leadership on how it's going to happen, and how you utilize your personnel to the best of their ability. I'm very excited to see that. I will say that when you talked about the financial aspect, and maybe you said it in there, structural repairs. I know we sustained quite a bit of damage to the tower there on Dunlawton, and then of course the stairs at the other location. There's some other issues. Was that factored into that as well, or?
Those are just general, what we find. So those were not budgeted for. And currently we are working on the structural repairs, so they are still ongoing.
That's still ongoing, so that wasn't factored into this. Right. And I know that you talked about the Axon equipment, and I know that corrections were moving and rolling into that. So we'll have a savings with respect to that. When we talk about budget items, gentlemen, we talked about the purchase for those body cameras, that we'll see that a lot of that will be transferred over. I would imagine other equipment such as vests and whatnot. I don't know. So
there is some equipment that actually went with some of the officers that transitioned over.
Oh, okay,
transferred
good.
Over.
Good.
Remaining stuff, we're still using it now. So
good.
Okay. There's not.
I'm not looking to pull things apart and start pecking away at it.
We've got time to move that stuff around wherever it's appropriate. So we'll do that appropriately.
Again, thank you for all you've done and what you're about to do.
Thank you.
So
I appreciate that.
I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Stephen Smith, Acting Corrections Director. First, I'd like to ask for the future, could corrections go first? Because following a new building, following animal control, and following everybody's loved beach, and then we get to corrections to close.
I don't know. I'm chomping at the bit for this.
I understand that, so I'd like to take that bite earlier next time if possible, but.
Yeah, you spend far more money.
We wanted to get that out too first so that you'd go to the other divisions.
I make a motion to not let Matt Reinhardt talk during this section.
So taking a look at our staffing, we have 360 and a half FTEs. I don't get the luxury of putting in a nice chart because of the amount of staffing, so this is probably the best to provide you with that information. Corrections Division, we have $34 million in personal services, and we have 2 contract labor unions that we're working with right now, so we expect to see that in the upcoming years. We've discussed that will increase and impact that. Our operating budget is approximately $19 million, and we had an increase this year because we just had the new medical contract that had to compensate a little bit for stepping in and helping us out that you guys approved, and thank you for that. In addition to some impacts on the food cost that we had to make some adjustment. Capital outlay is $283,468, and that's for some equipment, medical diagnostic equipment, security cameras and tasers. Capital improvement, 4.7. Those are some of the buildings that are approved and some of the different chillers and projects that we have going on. Our total operating budget is $61,880,443. Some of the revenue is $2,898,000. I'll go over 2 of the big ones. Our Commissary, our commissions is going to be, we're projecting it currently at about 500,000. And then subsistence and booking fees, we are currently sitting at 229,649 for subsistence fees at a 19% collection rate, and booking fees is 95,735 for 44%. Our total collection on that one is 22% for the booking and subsistence fees. We get other fundings through the tablets and some of the other programs, video visitation, where the families don't have to drive out here, small fee, and they can access it online. And some of the other ones, housing, municipal inmates, Social Security, we get payments on that, domestic violence surcharges, Florida statute, and some of the co-pays for some of the medical procedures and stuff that they get there. A summary of operations. We're considered a mega jail by American Jail Association standards. We have over a population of 1,000. We're responsible for the care, custody, and control of sentenced inmates, unsentenced, to include their housing. We ensure delivery of the inmates to first appearance. We process them out, we get them to the prisons. Every capacity that they need taken care of, we help facilitate, or we work with other agencies to get it taken care of. We are responsible for the maintenance and building of 2 buildings. One that is in the 70s was built, and the other was in the 80s. And we are currently expanding our inmate reentry training programs. We did have some success on that, and we did have some obstacles and roadblocks that we believe that we can overcome those challenges. The operating expenses, approximately $11 million. Inmate medical contract took 94% of that. Food and dietary is 1.8 million. Utilities 1.3. Property insurance 988,000. Software and licenses 697, and professional services 609. Maintenance of the buildings and upkeep is at 433,000. Supplies, kitchen 365,000. Temporary personnel is 266,000. Our replacement is at 109,000. Clothing and wearing apparel is 87,000, and computer replacement services is approximately 81,000. The remaining budget's over 28 object codes, which is 4.9% at 945,000 of our total budget. Challenges: staffing and recruitment, retention. We're currently operating probably at approximately a 25% staffing vacancy on both the security and support side. The maintenance and jail structures due to the aging of the buildings, increased cost of medical care that we're seeing in all sectors that's impacting us just as well, and then the ever-rising commodities that we have to use at our facilities. That is impacting us, and we have to adjust on that. Questions? Oh, whoa. And if there's no questions, I'd like to thank you guys for your time.
Yeah.
I didn't think so.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair.
You have a question.
A question. Has there been a recent study on staffing as far as where we place people, positions, rank, things of that nature? In other words, I noticed that we're still at this, and I'm not looking to cut, and don't get fearful. I'm looking at how we position people, and I know a lot of this is going to take place with the new director. I get that. 6 captains, so on and so forth, and you know where I'm going with this, I think. So has there been a recent study with regards to that?
Yes, we've evaluated our current staffing plan, and we've adjusted it. We've identified some of the programs we wanted to change. We're recognizing that some jobs are security-based that may be able to be done by support staff, and we're currently evaluating that and working with the Director of Public Protection to push that through as a cost savings without having to reduce our staff, but maybe allocate some of the positions that would be security previously, like our department, to consider it going to civilian.
Civilian, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
I know we
are
talked
looking
about that for some time. So.
Correct.
Okay. And there's always kickback on that. So, but it is a cost savings. It most certainly is. When they talk about operating expenses, of course, we can't do anything about the medical part because, if we were in a higher position of government, we could probably try our best to do something with pharmaceuticals, but even that's impossible. So the medical costs I get. The other big items other than staffing with relation to food and clothing, and we have some ideas that are out there, and I can't emphasize this enough, that we could save money in those areas if we're able to accomplish that goal with regards to food and clothing. You know, if we have the sewing programs and things that, I know I'm just beating a dead horse, I get it. But just to keep in mind for future reference, when you see these numbers, gentlemen, we didn't see these numbers before. We're seeing them now. You see what I'm talking about? When we've had discussions on building and wear and tear, and it's an old building. I mean, I started at the old jail in DeLand in 1986, and we saw it when it was first opened, but it's aging and it's constant. It's not like a building that we shut off and we turn the lights off and we go home. It's 24/7, 365 for the past how many years? So it's continuous. So things are going to wear out, and they're not the best housekeepers. They're not the best guests. So do they take care of? We do the best job that we can. There has never been a bigger advocate for our staff. I'm sorry, and I'll say it today. I'll say it. I have nothing against any former council member. There's never been a bigger advocate for corrections on this council than sitting in this chair. So I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate what our staff has done, but I just want to make mention about the food and whatnot, and I'll leave it alone now.
A good thing I was going to call the questions.
Troy, I would have seconded it.
Jeez.
I'm joking.
You're a
I'm
tough
joking.
bunch. Troy, are you giving your time to somebody else?
I am.
You
but
have a
I'm
question?
I'm going to take 30 seconds and just say, I was actually pleasantly surprised with the building maintenance at 400 and some odd thousand, seeing how one of our first meetings, we spent, I think, if my memory is right, $4.5 million on a chiller for the air condition. So I was pleased to see that it was that actual low of a number for the size and monstrosity of a building that we have. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions based on ignorance. $697,000 for software licenses. That's per year?
Yes.
What kind of software? Is it?
The Beacon Sieges.
What's it do?
And this may be new software that I'm not familiar with.
It is some of the Beacon and some of the advances that we're doing with that, the new Sieges programs and all that. And if you'd like, we could provide you with a breakdown of that section.
No, I was just curious.
Well,
And then
there's also all the operating softwares. You know, the jail is automated in a lot of ways. So, you know, and just to watch these guys work when they're releasing somebody, or putting the booking and then releasing them, the amount of things they have to check and do, it's amazing. You know, sometimes you see stuff on TV that would make it sound like everything's integrated, and it's not. These guys have to check databases across the country to make sure that they're not wanted in another area. So there's quite a bit of software that goes to that. And I guess some is, like I say, operating systems.
Just, yeah, I am. Just to expand from that, software with regards to FCIC, NCIC, your camera systems, your door operations from the control room, in addition to the new CGIS redesign, in addition to, and think of just the CGIS itself, that is a property component. It has the admission and release component, things of that nature.
just my last question was, vehicle replacement service charge. I'm picturing your one location. How many vehicles do you have? And
well, we have vehicles that range from a bus to take the inmates when we have a certain amount that go down to the prison. So we have that, and then we have multiple vehicles to use to get back and forth to the between the two facilities, and then we have to have some on standby to do medical transports. In addition, if we don't have enough to make the bus or the buses down, we have backup vans for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we have two more people for questions, but Matt, I wanted to tell you, you mentioned, I've heard you talk several times about food production, and you keep calling it a dead horse, and I'm wondering why. I would be willing to hear you make a motion to actually put some kind of a trial program in effect
There's no need. It's not a dead horse. It's
Not
looking at
talking
the
about
staffing,
it's a dead
and we want to do it right. We tried to bring the sewing studio, and we had the committee together, and the committee They had their voice. Their voice was no, but the reason why they're defeatable, they're successful failures. They want us to prove to them that we can devote the staff and the time to the current programs we have. And with our staffing issues that is affecting our support staff, we had to make the tough decision to look at certain programs to shut them down. Currently, I shut down the construction project, which gave the inmates a certification, because I have commitments to the other divisions when it comes to the mowing, which is also recognized industry in this county. So I had to take the staffing from that and move it over to our commitments to other divisions, because to pull that commitment in the middle of mowing season is just going to have the private industry, I don't want them taking advantage of those other divisions, especially when I've given my word that we will take care of you. So that was the obstacle for both those programs.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Dead horse and eating. Scary. Is there somewhere in the budget will we see eventually, or can you somehow break out with not a lot of work, how much money we put to our obligation to the state, the folks incarcerated that are here from the state? How much money is that we spend that we don't get reimbursed?
Unlucky for me, I brought my numbers expert, and he's probably not liking me right now for calling him on the spot on that. And he was right. And
he's gonna write down the number and pass it to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Mike Jones, Corrections Operations Manager. So in the past, we have, in fact, it came up during the audit that we did. We can get those numbers, but in the past, we were actually trying to send bills out to the state to get reimbursed. None of them were ever paid. So sure. From that standpoint, they recommended not doing that practice, but we can get you numbers on what we had. I know it's been improved a great deal since post-COVID, as far as how many were housed, and we're getting out, I don't know the numbers now, how many we're getting out or how many we're housing, but there's been much improvement in that area. But obviously there's still a little bit to go, but I can get you numbers.
Thank you. Just pass those via email. That'd be great.
Don Dempsey. Prison sentence inmates go, if they get sentenced, generally it's about a week for us to get the commitments from them. So that may appear that they're stalled and we're just sitting on them and the state's not taking them. We have to wait for those commitments and ensure that all the process is taken care of. Generally within not too long after that, I don't want to put out our travel schedule, right, but they are transported out in a reasonable time. And we've been able to knock our numbers down from 2 years ago, about 250 we were sitting on, to I'm comfortable without looking up on my email saying that we're below 40. And my booking team has done a phenomenal job getting them scheduled and getting them out as soon as we get the commitments.
Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I've heard from experts and state representatives that the estimates are about 30 to 40% of the people at the county jail are basically mental health patients. Would you agree with that number? Do you think there's that many people there that are basically mental health patients and they're just kind of being warehoused there because there's nowhere else to put them?
I would actually say that number is accurate, if not low. But it is the environment we live in Volusia County, unfortunately. And 23 years in that division, I don't want to mistake us for the surrounding counties. We have a problem that's been identified, and we're working as a facility to take care of them, and we're working with outside agencies. But yes, I'm comfortable with that number.
Is there a way that you guys can evaluate these people as they're booked in to let the first appearance judge know that maybe this is?
We do. We've actually put mental health, medical in intake, so it's part of the intake process. They go screening, and then depending on the severity of them, we will notify the first appearance judge if there's any issues and advise them so that they can make a determination if they'd like to see them, or if we want to hold off to see if it might be a detoxing or if it is a true mental health prior to us putting them in there.
And I mean, is it possible that, because I can, obviously you're worth your weight in what you do and the budget's huge because of it, but I mean, if we were to shift the responsibility of these mental health people to the appropriate providers like Stuart Marchman, Halifax, the Baker Act facilities, Marchman Act facilities, would that help you in your problem with lack of guards and lack of support staff and get these people to where they need to be? Because basically, my impression is that they're just being warehoused there because they have no idea where to put them.
Well, I don't, with the mental health team that we put together, I want to clarify that I don't believe that we warehouse them. Dr. Roslin and her team does a phenomenal job evaluating them, working with the local agencies to get them the service and the level of care they need. However, a significant amount of our population coming in, they're short term, so taking them and diverting them to those programs would be helpful for them, yes.
So is there anything that we could do as the council to help you take these people off your hands and put them in the hands that they really should be in for the needs they have?
I'd have to go back with my team to look. That is certainly an option we'd love to have on the table to work with you.
I mean, I think we as a group here would want to help you as well and just, you know, let you guard the people that need to be guarded and get help to those who need it. And not, I don't mean to say warehouse, but it seems like they're just there, but they're not really getting, you guys don't have the capacity to help them with what they truly need, it seems like. Is that fair?
They're better served in a proper facility for the mental health. Yes, there is the criminal aspect of it, the case, but in the big picture, they would probably be better served in a true treatment facility.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
To expand on that a little bit, Mr. Dempsey, the mental health aspect, when they are identified as mental health inmates from the back door, when we actually send them to first appearance, they're actually sent in a group, you know, by themselves. We've identified that with the clerk's office and the state attorneys and pretrial and whatnot, and the judge is all made aware of the fact that these are your mental health inmates. Obviously, we want to get those individuals taken care of first. Those 9 times out of 10 come with a behavioral issue as well. So obviously, we want to eliminate the behavioral issue in the hallways of first appearance and get them back to their cell. Remember back in the 80s when we had facilities for mental health and they closed them all, and it turned into where the jails, the county jails and state prison systems became that housing authority for these individuals. When we've identified that, a lot of them, like I said, let me go back to the first thing when I said something about the fact that they are, there's a criminal aspect that got them into jail to begin with. So 9 times out of 10, because it's a violent probably in nature, because of their mental health status, they're charged with a felony. So they go to first appearance, the judge may see, okay, you're going to be better suited at ACT or Stuart Marchman. Problem is, because of it's a felony charge, an officer has to go with. So now we've hurt ourselves even more, because now you've taken an officer off the floor, sometimes 2, to sit on them at a facility. So now they're not working in the institution. So there's your overtime, there's your, you know, things of that nature. So those are things that have to be carefully weighed. If we can treat them in the facility, that's not the best place. But there's a balance that we got to look at. So it is hard. It is very hard. And I'm open to any suggestions from this council with regards to how to better serve that aspect of corrections. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That looks like all the questions. Mark, thank you. And
Thank you.
council, can I get a motion to approve the report? Motion to approve by Matt, second by Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That brings us at 8:21 to item 11.
In front of you, you have 2 appointments to the Housing Finance Authority. Any council member may make this nomination, and there is 3 applications, including 1 from an incumbent.
Okay. Do we have any nominations for item 11? Any council member?
Recommend
This
Eric
is for the-
Palacio- Recommend Eric Palacios, the incumbent. Johansson.
Eric Palacios for the Housing Finance Authority. And we need another appointment. There are two more here.
Council, I have someone I know, I'm pretty sure would be interested. I don't know that they've had their clean hands check. Nick Sacovini. And I can tell by the look on your face, you don't have that. But if the council has someone a second person they want to appoint tonight, I'm fine with that. If we can wait until the next meeting, I'll talk to Nick. And I think he has a real interest in this.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I want to save Derek Collins. I'm going to nominate him for a different board that he's already also qualified for. I don't know if anybody knows Terry. Taram? Been around? Okay. If there's no other nominations, we have one, and we'll postpone the next one to the next meeting of Eric. Is it Palis?
I think it's Placianos. Placios.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Any opposed? Eric is appointed 7-0, which brings us to appointment to the Educational Facilities Authority.
Next, you have appointments to the Educational Facilities Authority. Again, any council member may make this nomination. However, each member must be a county resident, and one shall be a trustee, director, officer, employee of an institution, which somebody does already serve on the board. There's already two of those, so you can choose whomever you would like. There is one incumbent of Mr. Huth.
Mr. Chair, question?
Yes, David Santiago.
Can somebody give me a little bit more brief
Yes.
explanation? I read what's on there, but explanation as to what their purpose is and if it's a committee?
I can give you their purpose if you give me one moment.
Michael Dyer, did you raise your hand? Heather?
They issue bonds for educational facilities. For instance, they recently issued some bonds, I think, for either Embry-Riddle or Daytona State. So that's their purpose.
We can't hear you very well.
Sorry, I'm sorry. They issue bonds for educational facilities.
Is it a requirement to have that layer to issue bonds?
It's created by Florida Statute 243.18, according to my notes.
And these are bonds strictly for higher education? Or any education?
I believe it's any education, but it wouldn't be for, say, public schools.
Yeah.
It's normally for other institutions.
Okay. And you need
One nomination.
and Robert wants to be renominated?
Correct.
I will renominate Bob Huth.
Second.
And Jake Johansson, you had a question or a nomination?
No, I don't have a nomination, but I don't want to get hung up. We can nominate and go through the vote, but is there somebody on the staff that helps this program? And I really want a little bit more about what they do. They issue bonds on our behalf. Are they pastors from the county? Why are we involved? I understand Florida statute, but most committees have a staff member liaison, yeah? If they do, I'd love to see the Florida statute and hear from the staff member on how they interact with the county and what our play is on it. And the reason I ask that is a couple of years ago, Palmer College came to the city of Port Orange and asked them to do a bond initiative pass-through for them so they could do something, and we haven't been hard about it for a long time, so I'm hoping that's not what these folks do on our behalf, and if they do, I think we want a little more visibility and transparency on that. But in the meantime, you can go ahead.
Sure. Well, we can certainly provide the information. The Florida statutes creates one for each county, and it's an opportunity for institutions of higher education to qualify for bonding. It's not county money that is spent, but I'd be glad to get the information together for you on it.
What's the statute again? Sorry.
From my records, it
Yeah.
shows it's 243.18.
But
I'll read it and get back to you. Thanks.
If the purpose is for bonding for institutions of higher education, is there no conflict of interest having the board members all be members of higher education?
Let me provide information to you on that. I have not dealt with that issue at all, but I'll be glad to follow up, I promise.
Okay. All right. Well, we have one nomination. Jake, did you have another question? Okay. We have one nomination of Bob Huth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Bob is appointed 7-0. Item 13, District 1 Chair and at-large have two appointments to the Agri-Business Interrelations Committee. And like Mr. Kent just said, I've got several people that I've asked to turn in a request for, but they have not done so yet. So I'm going to wait for mine till the next meeting. Did anyone else at large?
I have one person that's in process right now, too. I'm going to wait.
So you're going to pass to the next meeting?
I'm going to pass this. Sir.
Okay. Item 14, Chair's East Side appointment to the Children and Family Advisory Board, and I would like.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have
No.
two things. For the Housing Finance Authority, I'm not certain who the second was on that, and I was wondering if you could clarify that. That was item 11.
I had. I don't see. I didn't write down either. I made the nomination.
Mr. Johansson made the nomination.
And on item 11?
Correct.
Okay, and David Santiago made the second.
That was you.
And then for item 13, which is the Agri-Business, also District 1 could make that appointment too if Mr. Dempsey chose to.
I had no problems with, I believe it was Colin.
Correct.
Gordon.
Yep.
Nominate Colin Gordon.
Colin Gordon?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Motion to nominate by Dempsey, second by Jake Johansson on Colin Gordon. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Colin is appointed 7-0. And 14. I would like to nominate, this is for the Chair's East Side appointment to the Children and Family Advisory Board, and I would nominate Derek Collins.
Second, Johansson.
Jake Johansson seconds it. Derek Collins, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Derek is appointed 7-0.
And Mr. Chair, for the Children and Family Advisory Board, I did also want to note that District 1 and District 5 members have vacancies. However, I have no applications for those two positions.
Okay. So District 1 and District 5, if you have somebody that you'd like to nominate, reach out and touch them.
The Children and Family Advisory Board. Yeah.
That brings us to item 15.
Could we, have you done it? I think Mr. Kester apparently is willing to serve on that board, and I would obviously nominate him if he passes the background check.
I'll second it.
Yeah, he just passed a background check for Echo, correct? Or Forever, Volusia Forever.
If I'm fairly certain, district,
Are you limited?
He's already doing two.
I think, correct.
Live in DeLand. Who drew these lines?
Got a little sliver.
Okay.
Gerrymandering going on there?
A little bit. Teeny tiny little bit. Manchester.
Okay, well, thank you for interrupting the meeting.
I'm joking.
Okay.
All right, so item 15 is appointments to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. It's for the chair and District 5 nominations. They do not have to reside in your district. However, from the 4 applications that we have, one of them would need to be within the designated category that is provided, and the only person that fits into one of those categories is Mr. Dwight Selby. He is an owner of Selby Real Estate, and he is the only one that would fit. So out of the 2 of those nominations, one would for sure need to be within that
How many
category.
dice Selby?
Okay, we have a nomination.
Second.
I'll second it, or Matt can second it.
Nomination of Dwight Selby by David Santiago,
Troy Kent, second.
and Troy Kent made the second.
And Dwight's good people. We served on the Orman Commission together. Good guy.
For how long?
Together, 6 years.
Really? I thought it was longer.
6.
Good. And let's see if we can do a package. I would nominate, where'd she go?
There's
Josephine Callis. Second by Santiago. Dwight Selby was from David Santiago with the second by Troy Kent. Any discussion on those 2? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Dwight Selby and Jacqueline Callis are nominated 7-0. Okay. And 16 is a District 5. Are you good so far?
Mhm.
District 5 is the appointment to the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee.
David Sosa, I nominate.
And I'll second it.
And David Sosa is nominated by David Santiago and seconded by Troy Kent. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? David Sosa is appointed 7-0. Okay, and the final item, 17, is District 2, District 5, and at-large East Side appointments to the Historic Preservation Board.
They do not have to live within the specified council member's district, and unfortunately, Mr. Johansson for the at-large nomination doesn't have any applications. There's an application from Zach Zacharias and an application from Michael Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Zach Zacharias, District 5.
Okay, David Santiago nominates Zach Zacharias.
Second. Oh, it was second.
And seconded by Troy Kent. The only nomination available, isn't it?
There's another application for Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, I had another individual. I don't guess he ever made contact with you. Now, this has been several weeks. So I'll nominate Michael Rodriguez.
That was done? Troy Kent made the second? Okay, Troy makes both seconds. So Zach and Michael, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are appointed 7-0 at 8:37. When we move to public participation, Anybody want to make a guess? We have two.
I was really hoping John Nicholson would be here. Oh, wait.
Well, today we have John J. Nicholson. If you would like to come forward, and then following Mr. Nicholson, we have Keith Chester.
John J. Nicholson. It's been that for 50 years.
Oh.
I want to make a thing or a comment on the holistic thinking with regard to the county. If you think of what the county is responsible for, I heard, well, the county's not responsible for that. It's a city thing. You basically, from what I understand or what I believe to be, should look at everything in the county with regard to water, everything with regard to transportation. It may, a road may go through a city, but you're responsible so that point A gets to point B, regardless of whether point C is in the middle. You understand what I'm talking about? So that your vision of the county is every single road, whether you own it or not. All the water, whether you're responsible for it or not, is your responsibility. So that we always have the water, regardless of whether the city is irresponsible in and of themselves. Because you're thinking holistically about everybody's ability to get from point A to point B. The lady popped up with the education. As you know, I taught school for years. And my largest class was 700 students. When we had a problem with the Cuban refugees coming in, they were in an auditorium. I got every 8th grader in one class, bunch of televisions, and taught. My best class was in a Catholic school, 40 kids. I had 6 classes of 40 students. They were the easiest to teach because they behaved themselves. They had a solid background. So we're having a teacher shortage that we created. If you remember, we said we wanted classrooms of 18, we want classrooms of 23. We created the shortage. When we integrated, we created a shortage because we didn't want white teachers, because we needed blacks, we needed Hispanics, we needed Asians, we needed Pacific Islanders. So we ended up creating our own problems. So I'm asking you to think holistically so that we don't create problems. At the beginning of the meeting, I know you Republicans, because I hear it all the time, penny wise, pound foolish. You were looking for nickel and dime. There's sometimes you have to spend money to make money. That Echo board said they needed that money. It is their funding. We gave them that $5 million. $75,000 out of $5 million is penny wise, pound foolish. If they needed it, they should have gotten it. Thank you.
Keith Chester.
Continuing on with the earlier theme, as today you were presented that we have free pet services paid for by the taxpayers. Of course, we take care of inmates for every single need they have, plus medical and mental health. That's all understandable. And we even have free autopsies that the taxpayers pay for. So as we're looking at social services, and it's just stacking, I mean, these are things we have to do, but there's other things that we don't have to do. Back to the burdens on the young people. So let's consider how much we do for the citizens. So moving on, I want to talk about Echo real quick. And I should have done this earlier, but I didn't have confirmation on what I needed. Some time ago, you had the Dutton House. Now, it didn't come before the new people, but some of the old people. The Dutton House had not lived up to its grant requirements since 2006, and they were coming back and asking for a scope change in their grant. Well, they came up and they said, well, this person is the board chair and for the nonprofit, and they only had one other person listed and as a board member. And the original grant, I think, required 12, but state law required at least 3. And I kind of raised a little bit of cane because we had no board minutes to prove the person that was presenting themselves as the board chair was actually the board chair. the county staff was going by what they saw on SunBiz. And if any of y'all have ever registered a corporation on SunBiz, you know you can go on, there's nobody monitoring it. It's the honor system. You can go on to SunBiz, create a corporation. I could put a couple of y'all on there, and we're a corporation. What proves who's actually the chairperson of the board or the other members of the board is the board minutes. ECHO doesn't require board minutes, nor whenever they're doing follow-ups with nonprofits do they ask for board minutes. They simply trust that what is on SunBiz is accurate. SunBiz is an honor system. We are giving out hundreds of thousands of dollars through ECHO. We need to be darn sure the people we're dealing with are legitimate. To go to SunBiz and just check is ridiculous. That is not doing due diligence for the taxpayers. That needs to be added to the rules for ECHO, that there are board minutes checks, say going back so many years, and that there is a board minute check every few years as part of the ECHO requirement. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to our final discussion. We'll start with the county manager.
Yes, sir. Couple of things. The last meeting, I had mentioned that the dogs on the beach was going to be at a meeting that I later had to make a change, make sure we had a full council, and so we going to have dogs on the beach on the July 11th meeting, not the first meeting in June as been previously stated. Second, the Volusia County Planning Division has been completing its evaluation and appraisal of our comprehensive plan. This is a state mandated process outlined in the Florida statutes, chapter 163. One of the items that we have to review and update will be the future land use element. We, of course, work with our planning, your planning agency, the PLDRC. They are recommending that the county hold some public workshops, 5 of them throughout the county, on the issues addressed in the future land use element. So what we have done, we will be holding a meeting in each of the county council districts during May and June. We have locations here. District 1 will be the old courthouse training room. District 2 will be the Daytona Beach Regional Library, City Island, North Auditorium. District 3 will be the fairgrounds at the Hester Doherty Building. District 4 will be the Ormond Beach Regional Library, the Sandcastle Auditorium, and District 5 will be the Deltona Regional Library. These workshops are going to be designed as an open house and will provide a hands-on opportunity to garner public input on future growth in Volusia County. And all the information received at the workshop will be summarized in a report that will be presented to the PLDRC and the County Council. We'll get the dates and times out to everybody, but I just want to give everybody a heads up. This process was starting, and we hope to have the summarized report to the PLDRC at the August 17th meeting, and then in October 30, you'll have the County Council transmittal hearing, and December 19th is scheduled for the County Council adoption hearing. So big process. I just wanted to let you know as we start scheduling those district meetings what was going on. And that's it.
Mr. County Attorney.
Yes, sir. Just in response to one of the questions, Mr. Chair, that you asked. So the Educational Facilities Authority just took a minute to go back and look at it again further. So the statute specifically states if you're connected to an institution of higher learning, it's not a conflict of interest. And it actually requires some membership to be from an institution such as that. They have their own executive director, their own legal counsel. They're considered a special district, and it's not a county debt issue, but it's for institutions of higher learning. And happy to provide more information. I just wanted to share that with you. Earlier today, I know during public input, you had a speaker that was speaking about some challenges she has had with a vaccine, and was critical of county for not responding. I'm happy to respond to her. I will say it is not a county issue. Federal government has provided protections by law to these vaccine manufacturers, a specific vaccine. It's not something that we would have jurisdiction over. Really need to speak to your federal government representatives, maybe state government, but I would start there. And that's what I could say back. I just don't see what this council could do to address the concerns that she is raising.
I will say, just to add to that, that there was response, but it was from our community services division that basically had said that they could, and the Department of Health, that they could not help her as well with the issues that she's describing. So say that no one responded is not accurate either. It just the answers were no back at that level.
You have some questions
okay.
for you, Michael Dyer, before you go on. Troy Kent?
Yeah, so Mr. Dyer, I know you'll recall because I copied you on the email, but I think the first time this individual came before us, I responded to the email and was very, just a basic response. I've copied the county attorney. I'm not asking him to respond, but if he wants to, he can, and you did not. But the aggressive response email that I received, just I'm one of 7, I would recommend don't touch it. I wouldn't interact with her. It's, you just said there's nothing this county can do.
Right.
This isn't us. And I would hate for us to get down that path, because I was trying to be nice, and I immediately realized, well, that's not going to go that way. So I've decided to leave that alone. In fact, I think one of the responding emails was, if you don't respond to me, I'll come back down there. Well, come back down here. Come back down, and you have your 3 minutes like everybody else. And if you want, you can stay until the end of the meeting and talk for another 3 minutes. But I'm just one of 7. I would recommend you don't.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks. I just also want to go on record. She had emailed me as well early on, and I forwarded. Staff jumped all over this initially, and identified certain things. We've offered her rental assistance, electric assistance, everything pertaining to her original complaint on the struggles. My opinion, we've gone above and beyond, and County Attorney Mr. Kent said it perfectly. I don't know how much more we want to invest in it, but what she's saying is not accurate, and we've done above and beyond so far.
Matt Reinhardt.
I'll echo that in response, because I even looked at my phone. I actually called her twice, left the voicemail once. Second time the voicemail would not, mailbox is full or whatever the issue was, and answered an email and never got a response. So what she's saying is not accurate. And I know it's not our job to engage them while during their 3 minutes, because that's their time. But to go on the record and say the same, and I have to echo what the Mr. Kent, Mr. Robbins already said. I think we've gone above and beyond with what we can do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Were you done, Michael Dyer? Thank you. Okay, County Council, Matt Reinhardt.
Okay, hold your seat. I got nothing. I'm good.
What time did you have?
Oh, am I going for something? I don't know.
Okay, Danny Robbins.
Real quick, I just want to do a quick 9:14. Quick attaboy. You know, this is one of many, and often we don't hear some of these. I'm just going to read a quick email. I'm also trying to drag my feet just a few minutes here. On May, sent in by a constituent, May 5th, sent an email stating my concerns regarding the drainage ditch in Venetian Bay that empties into Sam Sulu Canal. On May 9th, I received a call back immediately from Mark Roby from the Drainage Department, and he met with me that day. Wow. That was much quicker than I expected. Mark patiently listened while I explained my concerns, gave recommendations on how to improve the ditch behind my house, promised to get back to me at a later date after he inspected Sam Sulu Canal. Later that day, he received an email back from Mark. He told me he walked the entire ditch, even sent me photos depicting some blockage. I believe that the area is responsibility of our HOA and not responsibility of the county. Obviously, Mark went out of his way in doing that. He also stated that he inspected Sam Sulu Canal and everything there was flowing and working perfectly. Employees like Mark are one of the many reasons that I am pleased to live in Volusia County. Without a doubt, this is the best governed area that I've ever lived. Each of you deserves to be commended. Respectfully, thanks, Joe Flutka. And that's just one of many. And I don't think we hear enough. We hear negatives every Friday and several times throughout the week. And I'll tell you what, we have a good staff. These guys get back with emails within 12 hours or less. Most of the time, it's within the same working day, and actually get answers. And I'm pleased to share stories like this. I don't think we hear them enough, and hopefully we can continue to hear more. But thank you. Good job, guys. And I have nothing else.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be brief. I normally don't respond to comments from, like we said, but I just felt compelled that we had a lot of discussion today regarding echo on all sides, but the most recent one, I couldn't hold back. You may have heard my chuckle, so I figured I had to respond. There was a comment made that the money belongs to the committee, which is completely outrageous and incorrect. People need to understand that the echo committee, which I'm a fan of, is doing a great job. However, they are an extension of the members of this body. They are representatives of us that make the final determination of how those tax dollars are spent. We are the ones that are accountable to the public on how we spend tax dollars. So I just felt compelled to respond to that. I'm appreciative of everyone's opinions, but that one can't have been left behind. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
I had nothing to say until former Chief Chester brought up the issue with the unaccountability, apparently, of these echo allotments. If that's true, what Mr. Chester is saying, I mean, that's very concerning. So I don't know if we could direct staff to look into that, because there really should be some accountability for how they're handling the money. We need to have board minutes. I think they should be recorded and warehouse somewhere for future reference, because we want to make sure that when the money's given, it's being accounted for properly. So yeah, I think that's something that we should move quickly on, and if we need to change ordinances or whatever the regulations would be over them, look into that quickly. Thanks.
On that subject, apparently, Danny Robbins, and then Jake Johansson, and then Matt Reinhardt.
Mr. Dempsey, just to respond real quick, this is something that was addressed a couple of years ago, and staff has since corrected that. But this is the one issue, and Mr. Chester was right in bringing this forward, and I believe it was corrected. County Manager, did you have any? I just can't remember.
I'm going to have to check, but we did do, if you'll recall, an extensive audit on, and things have all have checked out. So I'll find out as far as do we do the board minutes or not separately, and we'll look into what other forms we can do to verify. But we've had our internal auditor. It's one of the first things he took on, and he's done it every year since, and we have made many changes based on the things that he found. And of course, the biggest thing he found was that out of several hundred grants, everything is checked out, with the exception of the one that was talked about here, which money did come back to us through the process. And I think there was one other project that also had some difficulty that we had to address. But our record is really very impressive on what we're doing.
Do you think that staff person or whatever changes were made would be willing to talk to Mr. Chester and explain the changes, maybe?
Yeah, and I'll find out and check, and he may have a very good point. You know, if we need to go to the next step with the board minutes because of the inaccuracy of SunBiz, and we didn't know that, I would definitely check it out, because we're going to keep the integrity of the program.
Thanks.
Danny, was that it? Jake Johansson?
So as I understand, same topic, as I understand it, the concern is with the board minutes of the nonprofits that are asking for the ECHO grant.
Right.
Are not nonprofits incorporated as a 501c3 with the responsibility of having a board and having a charter and recording minutes before they can become a 501c3? I believe the answer would be yes. So there is already governance telling them that they have to have a board and they have to have minutes. What we can do is say, if you don't have an accurate set of minutes, we're not going to give you an ECHO grant. So they can choose to do whatever the heck they want. They're just not going to get any money from us. That's how we prevent that from happening and check it out. But as we know with Dutton and some of the other stuff, a well-run organization, MOAS, because I just met the executive director. We know who the board chair is because there's a website. We know who the executive director is because she shows up everywhere. So I don't necessarily need minutes to know who the board chair and the executive director is. But I think the county, at least the ECHO committee, because we have people like Pat Northey involved and Mr. Chester, we know when 501c3s are going south. And we know when they're in trouble. And if they're in trouble, that's when we ought to dig a little bit deeper before we give people more money. In this case, it was a problem. I am not for adding more government, the county council, to put more requirements on a 501c3, other than, look, it's part of filling out your ECHO. But if a 501c3 doesn't want to have minutes that indicate who was there, who's the board chair, and who the CEO, president, or executive director is, that's their business with the state and federal government. They just won't get any money from us. I just don't want to make an ordinance that tells them they have to have a robust set of minutes. That's not our business, in my opinion. Thank you.
Were you done?
No, I wasn't talking about, Jake, I wasn't talking about all 501c3, just anybody who wants taxpayer money.
Yes.
I think there should be an added layer of protection, and maybe when we meet, two of us get together to go have a drink. If we're going to talk county business, there's got to be a recording. There's got to be some sort of monitoring. So, I mean, it may not be a bad idea to not only require minutes, but maybe an audio recording of the meeting just for verification purposes. I don't know. I just didn't know if. Okay. Okay. I'm done.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's where it should have stopped. We should have told, and actually it did. It was discussed at this council. It was discussed at the site. They had already received over $100,000 from the state of Florida, $30-some thousand from DeLand, coming back to us for more money, and it didn't look to me like they had a board which was required. So it could have been a black eye. Fortunately, when we pushed back, they withdrew the request, but it shouldn't have gotten that far, in my opinion. So And I think the correct measures have been taken to make sure it doesn't. Jake Johansson.
We discussed the two, well, one, but both public comments at the beginning. I talked to the gentleman before we started. I sat down with him and I had emailed Ms. Utter as well, and gave them website information for all our elected officials above us at the state and federal level, and said take it up with them. So I apologize to our state and federal representatives ahead of time. I made the mistake or took the option to listen to a webinar on the Live Local Act and how it affects us, and I've asked separately to have George and Suzanne and the team kind of, I know they're in the information gathering phase right now, and kind of share with us our way ahead. There's some things that have to happen within the next 90 to 120 days after it reaches the Federal Register, and I think the council would benefit from seeing how the Live Local Act affects us. It's a little bit of preemption, and maybe even dovetail the next thing I'm going to talk about, and that's the CDBGDR funds, the $328 million we got. Two separate groups came to speak with me this week who provide administrative and strategic planning for that money. They do it for a couple of counties. They did it for Puerto Rico after the hurricane. And I think they either have or will have come to see George and Suzanne here in the near future. They should have gone right to them, but I guess my office was on the way. I think maybe they would possibly dovetail each other, or at least have some overlap. So that'll be interesting. Tomorrow I'll be attending the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and then attending the Resiliency Subcommittee meeting after the main meeting. You going? So maybe Mr. Robbins will be going as well. And between us, we'll report any substantive outcomes during the next meeting. I have a request to council. We're trying to save money here and there, and since January, I've been eating pretty well back behind the door here every council meeting, and I think we spend probably in excess of 20 grand a year on council and probably staff food for our council meetings. We're doing a good job of getting our meetings down to 5 or 6 hours. I'm more than willing to bring a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in and not eat the food that's provided back here, saving a little bit of time and money from staff. The unintended consequences, we may need a full hour to have lunch or dinner, but I would like to probably ask George if we can come up with a rough order of magnitude of how much we spend every year on food and snacks for council meetings, and if it's above 15, 20 grand, that we consider getting rid of it and bringing our own peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I'll bring a Fireball stand. And one last piece of information here. Let me see if I can get it. Oh, I can't, but Spruce Creek High School baseball team is in the regional finals right now at Winter Park, and they were top of the 7th, and it was 9-0. If they win tonight, they go to the state semifinals in Fort Myers next Wednesday, I think. So Volusia County representing at the state probably next week. So that's all I have.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, this past week I had a very positive Regrow the Loop pilot program meeting with members from the Native Plant Society, Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail, Halifax Audubon, Dream Green Volusia. Commissioner Lori Tom from Ormond Beach showed up. Scott Vanacore from Vanacore Construction showed up, since he's the developer of Halifax Plantation. Our very own Clay Irvin was of course there, and Dr. Burbaugh We had a representative from the University of Florida. And I just wanted this council to know that all of these individuals showed up because they want to help. They want this to be successful. They want it to go countywide after the pilot program has ended. And I just thought it was positive enough to share with you all. Mr. Vanacord talked about, and Alan Burton, of course, was there as well. Mr. Vanacord talked about giving a financial donation to the county for this program. And he also talked about more plantings on his buffer out in Halifax Plantation. So again, I thought it was just fantastic. Last night, I had my second quarterly district dialogue for residents meeting. I want to thank the 38 people that showed up to the Ormond Beach Library. It was a healthy, spirited meeting / discussion with questions and answers. And the next district dialogue for residents will be in 4 months on Monday, September 18th in Holly Hill at the Holly Hill City Hall from 5 to 6 p.m. Last, but certainly not least, Council, I have a request from you tonight. I feel like our sheriff has been on somewhat of an island lately, and I want him and our community to know that he's not on an island. So I'm making a motion right now that we create and present a proclamation and present it in these chambers at our next meeting that will do two things. Number one, we will denounce all hate groups in Volusia County. And number two, we will present this proclamation to our sheriff, Michael Chitwood, who in my opinion has maybe felt like he's been on an island, to show him that we, and not just him, but our residents, that we, the county council, are with him and our Jewish community in supporting them against any type of hate directed at them. And it doesn't have to be just for our Jewish community. I recently saw where some people in the Muslim community have had some hate thrown at them as well. And I just think that it's something that is powerful and impactful, and we should be in solidarity against this type of hate and nonsense.
I'd second that.
Thank you, sir.
A motion from Troy Kent and a second by Matt Reinhardt on to do a proclamation at the next council meeting.
Yes, sir. And George, I ask that you reach out to the sheriff and invite him here, and this be done at the beginning of the meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. I just got two things real quick. On Monday, there will be a Sunrail meeting that will probably be fairly non-newsworthy. We're working on the transition, but there's probably not going to be a lot of new news on transition from FDOT to probably to links. The other item of business that's newsworthy is the Sunshine Corridor, the extension of the line from to the Orlando Airport and then down to this Convention Center, iDrive, some of the tourist attractions there. So I will update you on what happens from that meeting. No need for a vote on that now. Probably my favorite meeting of the quarter is with the Indian River Lagoon Council and staff. I would request from you that we send. This is a request from Dr. DeFries, the director of the Indian River Lagoon Council. He would like to come speak to us and just introduce himself, talk about the work of the council, probably in August. He's recovering from his last round of treatments for cancer,
and he needs to get released from his doctor to be in public. But he's hoping for August, so I'll keep you up to date on that. The council is seeing some good improvement in various areas of the lagoon. It's strange. Some areas there's no change at all. Some areas it's even worse. So it's a it's a work that we have to keep after. I think that's it for me. So at 9:12, we will adjourn. Thank you all very much.